I think I gave you 30 minutes of making noise, and I think I'm going to get. Good morning, Honorable MEC and your entourage, honorable members and official. Let me not waste time and quickly declare the meeting officially open. Hopefully the roll call will be circulating. It has been too long. I know it's not possible to know each other quickly so we are going to introduce ourselves again. Starting with the honorable members and the officials, then after then I'll hand over to the honorable MEC. I'm Mapula Mukaba, the chairperson of Economic Development.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Jacques Smaller. I'm a member of this portfolio committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Victoria Lewis, the member of the portfolio.
Aba lawyer there. Ubunjuli sharp.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the MEC and the member of the portfolio. I'm Melina Toman, member of this colleagues. Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the honorable members and the MEC officials. My name is Melina Toman, a member of this portfolio. Chair, good morning. My name is Melina Toman, a member of this portfolio committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Chair. Hello, Chair. My name is Masaka Diego, and thank you for joining me in this team.
My name is Wesley Marinya. I'm a member of the portfolio committee.
Thank you, honorable members, officials.
Good morning. My name is Ghana D. I'm the committee coordinator.
My name is Muslim Diga, committee coordinator.
Good morning. My name is Chairman of the Portfolio Committee Researcher.
Good morning. My name is Muhammad, Senior Researcher.
Thank you very much. Okay, now thank you very much. Let me hand over to Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you and honorable members present here. My name is Matibesh Tarake, the MEC for LEDET. I must report before we do introduction that out of the team that you know, there are changes in GNT in terms of management. After the decision taken by the GNT to suspend this management in the GNT. So we have got the interim CEO and the delegation from GNT that will be here. But otherwise, the other ones are the same people that comes and account. I must also indicate that we do have apologies, but where the chair is not there, we have requested that the deputy chair must be here so that there is accountability in terms of the people who are supposed to come. I will allow them to do.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, MEC, and colleagues. My name is Matozera Tumbo. I'm the head of Department for LEDET.
Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and members, MEC. My name is Andrew Dipila, the Chairperson of the Board of Limpopo Tourism Agency.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, MEC. My name is Chris Litole, the Chairperson of LEDA.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and all the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable MEC. My name is Takani Makuba. I'm the Group CEO of LEDA.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning, MEC. My name is Grace Ibarra. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of Limpopo Tourism Agency Board. Thank you. Should I do it again? Okay. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning, MEC. My name is Grace Ibarra. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of Limpopo Tourism Agency Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC Group Chairperson and colleagues. My name is Komocho Motsecha. I'm the Deputy Chair for Great North Transport. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, as well as honorable members and the MEC. My name is Aaron Maumani. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the Limpopo Gaming Board. I'm also representing the Chairperson, who is Mr. Elijah Jian, who is not with us here today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC, Chairpersons. My name is Gregory Makoko. I'm the CEO of Limpopo Gambling Board. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable MEC, Chairpersons of boards and the CEOs. My name is Moses Ngoweni, the CEO of Limpopo Tourism Agency.
Greetings to the established protocol. My name is Kila Abetsu Gawane. I'm the Deputy Director General for Environmental Affairs and Tourism in LEDET. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC and the colleagues. I'm Tinyiko Malungani, Chief Director Biodiversity from LEDET.
Good morning. My name is Mafung Kosi. I'm a Chief Director in LEDET, Environmental Section. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, MEC, HOD, Board Chair and colleagues, Rutendo Mabusha, Group CFO Leader.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee and MEC and colleagues. My name is Charles Mashele. I'm the Acting CFO for GNT.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable MEC, boards and everyone. I am Ntsiwa Mukubani, Acting CEO GNT.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, MEC, HOD, Chairpersons and CEOs. My name is Wongile Ramusi, MMSZ CFO.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, MEC and board chairs. My name is Mutseki Majake. I'm the CEO of New Era Life. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, Portfolio Committee members, MEC, HOD, Chairpersons. My name is Chipo Irish Borogo. I'm the Acting CEO of Msina Makado Special Economic Zone.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members of Portfolio Committees, honorable MEC, HOD, colleagues. My name is Ndwere Mpepu. I'm the Chairperson of Musina Makado Special Economic Zone.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable MEC. My name is Itekane Magwedze. I'm the spokesperson to the MEC. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members, honorable MEC, all protocol observed. My name is Maria Masamola. I'm the Chief Director for Enterprise Development and Economic Empowerment in LEDET. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Let me write on the protocol established. My name is Molatelo Talani. I'm the Acting Chief Director, Trade and Sector Development in LEDET.
morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, MEC. My name is Shimano Kaneng. I'm representing Resima.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson.
Chairperson. I'm the CEO of Resima, Chairperson.
Okay.
But I'm representing Resima as a company.
Resima, okay. No, okay, sure.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members and Honorable MEC. Good morning, HOD. Good morning, Chairman of the LEDA boards and subsidiaries. And good morning, my colleagues. My name is Mampine Mushiri. I'm the Group Executive Manager for Corporate Services at LEDA. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson. My name is Elias Ogari. I greet you all as per the established for corporate services LEDET.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning, honorable members. MEC, my name is Dikele Motabo. I'm the CFO LEDET.
Morning, Honorable Chair, MECs, honorable members, colleagues. I'm Joe Motene, Chief Director, Business Regulation and Governance, LEDET.
Morning, Honorable Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, MAC. My name is Mapale Maila, Chief Financial Officer, Limpopo Tourism Agency.
Good morning, MEC, honorable members, the Chair, Magalin Chabeling, Leader, Executive Manager responsible for strategy, M&E, and organizational performance.
Good morning, Chair, Committee, Portfolio Committee members, Honorable MEC, HOD, executive colleagues. My name is Mdu Nkosi, CFO of New Era Life Insurance.
Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and honorable members, the MEC of LEDET, good morning. My name is Soli Khopong, the acting CEO of Fetaho Mutubaze Industrial Park. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members, honorable MECs, chairperson of subsidiaries and the agency. My name is Baldwin Ramasubana, the interim CEO of Limpopo Connection.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the MEC, colleagues. My name is Rondani Matavane, Senior Manager Compliance, Limpopo Gambling Board. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the MEC. My name is Mapito Molepo. I'm CFO at Limpopo Gambling Board.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We have an agenda on the screen. I think with apologies, it's I think, do you have any apologies on your side? Okay, no, thank you very much. Thank you very much. On our side, any apologies? Ghana.
Thank you, Chair. We have Malawi, the committee responsible for the committee. She's on leave, and that's the only apology that I've registered, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, and the other apology for Honorable Khotazo. The office is calling her. The organizational office is calling her. So he's going to attend whatever. Okay, no, thank you very much. Honorable members, we have only 6 items on the agenda. If maybe one can adopt the agenda if there's no addition. Honorable Chair. Any seconder? Honorable Piedi, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I second the submission made by Honorable Silane on the
Thank you.
agenda.
Thank you very much. We are on item number 3, briefing by the department on the following, which is the resolution tracking tool. Katu, the tracking resolutions. That's fine. When Mkondeleni is not here, things are not okay, but it's fine. The boss is not here. Honorable MEC, on the tracking resolution, they said it must be the department to brief the honorable members, which is item number 3. And going forward, honorable members and MEC and your entourage on the side, let us not spend the whole day here, you know, with petty issues. Let's go straight to serious issues that we need to deal with. So because we spend the whole day only to find, or out of the time that we have spent here, only 5 things that at least you felt that this is important. So if we can just try to focus straight on the serious issues.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings once more, and greetings to honorable members and the team led by LEDET. I request the HOD to deal with the resolution tracking tool. I think areas that requires highlights are areas where we might not have performed as expected by the community, and where there are areas that requires attention by the portfolio committee.
Are you going to flag on the screen or?
Chairperson is not uploaded there.
Uploaded. Honorable members, do you have it on the emails that you sent to honorable members? Do you have it, honorable members, on your email? Yes.
You may allow him to.
All right. Okay, that's fine.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me go through the updates. I will present
It's not for the sound, it's for the it's not for the sound, it's for but we must use it.
Okay. No, that's fine. Yeah, I'm old-fashioned. Sorry about that. I will present the update on the committee resolutions for LEDET and the entities. I will start with the department LEDET. The resolution was the department should provide an updated quarterly progress report
on all provincial priority projects and how they are contributing to provincial economy. And in terms of the progress, that the department implemented 2 projects in 2024-25. That is the refurbishments of Nels Flay Restaurant and Kitchen. The project reached works completion on the 5th of March 2025 and was officially launched on the 18th of April. It will certainly contribute in terms of Nels Flay, in terms of attraction, and increase the revenue generated through conferencing, as well as the accommodation for the 20 beds chalet, which are now operational. The second one was the regraveling of Volkberg Road, the 11-kilometer road, which is still under construction, and it currently stands at 70%. The completion date is envisaged at the end of July. And in terms of the mitigation, the delays of the Volkberg project are due to inclement weather and heavy rains that damaged the road in December 2024. Hence, we are now completing it after the financial year in which it was budgeted for. The second resolution, the department should provide a progress report on the implementation of the review departmental structure, as well as the subsequent implementation of the recruitment plan and the filling of vacant posts. And then the response, the organizational structure is being implemented and vacant funded posts are being filled. As you will be aware that we have to make a request each financial year to the Provincial Personnel Management Committee. Upon the approval, we do advertising as well as the processing. And then I can report that 13 posts have been filled since April 2024 to date. 34 posts have been advertised, and the recruitment plan is in progress. This does not entail that we have filled the whole structure. Where we have got the budget, that's how we do the incremental process. Third resolution, the department should speed up the process of implementation of infrastructure projects to avoid under expenditure, which emanated from the report that we tabled for Q3 24-25. And the response is as follows. The department is currently implementing infrastructure projects through the Development Bank of Southern Africa as follows. Upgrade of the restaurant, including the kitchen and installation of 4 septic tanks. The department took practical completion of the project on the 5th. It relates to the previous one, as well as the issue of the upgrade of access road to Mawetsi camp at Volkberg. I've dealt with this matter in my previous resolution. Fourth, the department should work with the provincial government to ensure that there are appropriate measures to ensure that persons with disabilities benefit from procurement by government in ensuring that they are employed in the public sector. Update, the department is taking steps to enhance procurement for persons with disabilities by actively identifying and registering the disability-owned suppliers in the central supplier database and ensuring that they are invited to participate in relevant tenders. LEDET also streamlines procurement processes and provide capacity building workshop to assist entrepreneurs with disabilities in understanding and navigating government procurement systems. Furthermore, the department collaborates with the institutions representing people with disabilities in terms of their awareness. Number 5, the department should come up with new strategies to meet the targets, its targets in financial year of 24-25. The department revised its APP for 25-26 to ensure that all targets are being met. Quarterly monitoring and evaluation sessions are held to track the progress and come up with interventions where underperformance is detected. Furthermore, the department established the governance or management structures to monitor the performance on monthly basis in terms of the targets that are in the APP. 6, the department should work or have a relationship with other province and stakeholders in dealing with illegal spaza shop and also wholesalers that are supplying those spaza shops, because most of the spaza shops are owned by foreign nationals but registered in the name of our fellow members of the community. The department is working with the Presidential Task Team on foodborne illnesses and spaza shops, led by Minister of Health, Dr. Mutsualedi, and Minister of COGTA, Chief Velenkosini Hlabisa. The task team deals with matters of spaza shop, including those owned by foreign nationals. All spaza shops owned by illegal immigrants are being closed by law enforcement agencies through operations with LEDET and all law enforcement agencies in Limpopo. 7, the department should ensure that there is commercialization of nature reserves to improve the effectiveness of protected areas in safeguarding biodiversity ecosystem and avoid privatization in the province. After the adoption of the commercialization policy, we did the bidding process to get the transaction advisor to advise us on how we will undertake the commercialization process. However, due to budget constraint, we had to forego that process and opting for a situation in which Treasury has identified the prioritized reserves and the budget for that, so that we can have full completion of the reserves for use. For example, Nelsflay, the others to follow are part of the 7 prioritized that will also fully budget for them and complete them for full use. However, when we undertake the commercialization as per policy, the department itself will internally process this through SEM processes, where bidders who want to invest in the hospitality within the reserves will have to bid. We must indicate to this committee that the issues of flora and fauna, in terms of the regulation of NEMA, will always be with the department. It's only the hospitality that is concerned in terms of commercialization. 8, the department, together with DMRE, should find strategies or ways to give licenses to illegal miners, especially sand miners, but excluding illegal foreign miners. Response: during compliance enforcement operation Valom Godi, DMRE provided awareness sessions to the illegal miners on how they can be assisted to obtain mining permits so that they can operate legally. DMRE conducts workshops and assist sand miners to apply and comply. This, of course, because we do not have competency in terms of the mining area, the DMRE regional office always consult with us in terms of some of this. 9, the committee will appreciate to see more permanent jobs opportunities created as opposed to EPWP, and also that EPWP contracts should be extended to 24 months. The department has already appointed over 200 EPWP jobs based on the budget allocated. That comprises conditional grant and equitable share. The program of EPWP is implemented on annual basis. And the issue of the contracting to 24 months goes beyond this department, because the program is controlled at provincial and national level, and therefore there ought to be consultation so that such a policy can be made to accommodate this that the committee is requesting. 10, the department, together with Limpopo Connection, should engage and work hard in terms of connectivity or rolling out of fiber, as it will generate more capital to the province. We can report that progress on the expansion of household connection has been slower than anticipated, primarily due to resource constraints. However, Limpopo Connection is actively working with relevant stakeholders in the field, such as USASA, Centec, BBI, OpenServe, among others, to unlock additional support and accelerate the rollout. A focused effort is underway to ensure that the existing infrastructure is commercialized effectively and that future expansion is aligned with high-impact demand areas. I must indicate that in terms of LEDA sustainability plan, and certainly Limpopo Connection sustainability plan, they are trying to onboard an equity partner, strategic partner, who will assist to expand the rolled fiber as well as improve the functionality in terms of connectivity. 11, the department should ensure that the Immigration Act is fully working in the province. And it is our humble plea that the committee considers that that mandate belongs to the Department of Home Affairs. However, in terms of its implementation, through the provincial joint operations, the ProvJoc, and the JCPS clusters, all matters that have got to do with immigration, criminality, and security are discussed there. That is how we participate in this. 12, the department, through LEDA, should ensure that all artists who do not pitch up or perform in the Marula Festival should not be paid. If they have been paid a deposit or in full prior to the actual event, they must pay back the money to the department. And the department must show proof that those artists have been paid back. Our response, one artist could not perform during Marula Festival Reloaded in February 2025 due to ill health. The booking fee has been refunded back to the department, and the proof is thus attached. 13, the department should ensure that foreign nationals operating without license are being arrested and their business are closed. We have responded that in the prior questions that this is happening. Of course, in terms of the campaign on the foodborne illnesses and spaza shop, that all illegal spaza shops and businesses are being closed. Responses in terms of the third quarter performance report, the department should provide an updated quarterly progress reports on all priority projects and how they are contributing. This is similarly, given that we have only 2 infrastructure projects, and they are also reported in the prior questions. The department should ensure that there is no over expenditure at the end of the year. And we have implemented financial control measures, including strict adherence to budget timeframe, ensuring that spending aligns with project milestone. And the department also conduct monthly and quarterly expenditure reviews to monitor financial performance and identify variances early, allowing timely corrective action. And in terms of the departmental management structures, through the Departmental Management Committee, the MEC convened Executive Management Committee, as well as quarterly monitoring and evaluation, such is monitored. The department should work with the provincial government to ensure that there are appropriate measures to ensure that people with disabilities are afforded opportunities to benefit from procurement. We have dealt with in the prior questions. The department should give support to SMME and give feedback to the committee on how they have supported. The SMME performance indicator report bi-quarterly as per the 2024 annual performance plan. Therefore, as at the end of September 2024, there were 169 enterprises supported, of which 154 were SMMEs, 15 were enterprises owned by military veterans. The support provided includes access to market, capacity building, and in terms of the targeted groups beneficiaries, there were 24 youth who benefited, 114 women, and lastly, 74 enterprises by people with disabilities. The department should ensure that all spaza shops in the province are properly legalized. And through the Limpopo Business Registration Act is an ongoing issue which we deal with in terms of the municipality, given that we have also assigned the implementation, especially the business registration, some parts to the municipalities. So the department continues to monitor that such is being done. Progress updates should be provided on how the businesses and communities are benefiting from various department initiatives in various sectors, including manufacturing, mining, environment, as well as tourism. LEDET collaborate with the wholesale and retail sector and LEDA for the implementation of skills training and entrepreneurship targeting retail enterprises. 60 local small retailers, businesses are participating in a 6-month program to receive technical support responsive to the industry need. We also have a collaboration with Productivity South Africa, with a leader, and where we are implementing programs for the turnaround for businesses. That covers 3 areas around the technical issues, around other areas so that we can strengthen the business resolve. The department should work hand in hand with the broader management, with the border management, we got a spelling mistake there, to avoid foreign nationals entering country without permits. And the department, SAPS and the border management agency are working together, and they also report in the provincial JCPS in terms of how these matters are being implemented. The department should work with other provinces sharing information on establishing an intelligent unit that focuses solely on warehouses that are supplying food to Spaza Shop. And we are saying that this is a national collaborative effort that is led by the twin Department of Health and Coxter, where LEDET through the MEC is a participant to the team, and we report there and do learning effects in terms of how other provinces are implementing this. The department should create more jobs so that it can lower the percentage rate of unemployment. And this is responded to through public employment programs, through partnerships that result in induced and indirect employment. And as of 24-25, that end of financial year, the department created 141 job opportunities. The department should come up with a plan to engage Mpumalanga province regarding the military base in Hoedspruit that has been turned into commercial landing space, as it will assist Kruger National Park tourists. There is a joint standing committee that has been established that is led by the Department of Transport and Community Safety, as well as the municipality concerned, wherein we are looking at options in which the Eastgate Airport, which is the same airport which is within the military flight zone, is assigned an international license so that the international arrivals can certainly arrive and land there. This is not an easy process, given that dealing with military installation requires the approval of the SANDF, but it is indeed a provincial effort to get that. The department should find ways to monitor the village chiefs who are giving pieces of land to foreign nationals, who then build structures and turn them into Spaza Shop. The Honorable MEC of LEDET met with the Provincial House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders on this matter on the 9th of December 2024. The MEC further escalated this matter to the Minister of Coxter to ensure that traditional leaders desist from allocating land to illegal foreign nationals. And it is ongoing in terms of that engagement. And parallel to that, that structure is also dealing with traditional leaders charging exorbitant fees to those who need permission to occupy certificate for businesses, given that it has been reported that they are charging exorbitant amounts. 12, the department should provide village by village database on licensed and unlicensed liquor outlet shops in the province. In response, in terms of Limpopo Liquor Act, the department is registering all liquor outlets, while in terms of the business side and Libra, municipalities are registered because they are assigned this responsibility in terms of Limpopo Business Registration Act, as well as the municipal bylaws. We have attached some annexures in terms of how it looked like in terms of the progress update in terms of registered businesses. There should be an interdepartmental meeting with the Committee, Home Affairs and SAPS to check if there is implementation of the law regulating the marriages of South African individuals to foreign nationals. And our participation there can only be through the JCPS, because all these matters that have got to do with security and immigrations are discussed there. So certainly the report and the agendas of JCPS do reflect such undertaking. We now go to Limpopo Gambling Board for the second quarter performance report. The entity must address the inadequate legislation concerning technological developments within the gambling industry and identify gaps in the Act and regulation. Our response, the promulgation of regulations was in its final stage, almost going to the Gazette, but the process was halted by the Constitutional Court judgment for the Casino Association versus the member of Executive Council for a similar department in Northwest. And as a result, the outcome of that case did indicate that the prior issues must be dealt with before any advancement in the Gambling Act and ensure that such matters regarding the issues of monies are incorporated in the money bill. Now, the money bill is within the constraint of provincial and national treasury, and there is a consultation that upon that process, then the issues of the amendment to the Gambling Act and the regulations will then ensue so that we do not contradict the outcome of the Constitutional Court. The entity must continue developing digitized processes to move away from manual processing of license application. And the budget allocation for LGB does not cater for the procurement of that system. And of course, through the MTech hearing and budget adjustment, we are going to bid for that insufficient budget to respond to that area adequately. The entity must continue engaging SAPS and crime intelligence to assist in collecting evidence for the successful conviction of illegal operators. In the second quarter of 24-25, the entity had such operations with SAPS and crime intelligence to support evidence collection for successful conviction of illegal operators. We have got record of meetings and operations that were conducted in terms of that. The entity must finalize the MOU with stakeholders in the fourth quarter. The entity has a draft MOU, but it is not yet finalized. This MOU could not be finalized because we are awaiting other stakeholders to sign, and the follow-up will continue to be done in that regard. A response to the third quarter 2024 report of AGB, the entity must prioritize and potentially expand collaboration with crime intelligence, National Prosecuting Authority to combat online gambling. In the third quarter, the entity took steps to prioritize this with the law enforcement agencies. And we can report certainly that if you look at what is being reported, it reflects the dates of operations, collaborative operations with law enforcement agencies to make sure that such is combated. The entity must continue in its effort ensuring the diverse workshop through active recruitment and inclusive policies. The entity has reviewed all its policies and they were approved by the board in 23-24. This include recruitment, selection, employment equity, employee development, employment rules, and succession planning. The entity must maintain and increase investment in public awareness and education campaigns to promote responsible gambling. Of course, the entity will want to do more in this regard, except for the insufficient budget. So we continue on incremental process so that we can be able to increase in terms of this awareness campaign so that we can increase the number thereof. LEDA. The resolution pertaining to second quarter, LEDA should continue to provide quarterly regular comprehensive reports on the activities and performance of its division and subsidiaries. That is done, and there is a proof that performance through monitoring and evaluation, reporting on quarterly basis is done. Through the EMC, it is also done, and we got reports in that regard. Detailed quarterly reports should be provided on LEDA agency, the group financial health, including payment of debts and collection of debts. Such reports, which will also provide what is detailed in the response in the middle column, are available. In fact, LEDA is implementing the sustainability plan covering the agency itself as a holding as well as subsidiary. We do report, of course, on quarterly basis to SCOPA in terms of how we are implementing all the phases of sustainability. So this is an example of an extract in terms of the collection of debts in terms of that report. Progress report should be provided on the operationalization of Leboago Moa Bacho and Mashashani hatchery, as well as the agro-processing projects. There are no challenges. The abattoir and the hatchery have been commissioned, and all inadequate infrastructure that was reported before has been provided for or repaired, and they are fully operational. In fact, the operator is attending with compliance and certification issues so that the abattoir as well as the hatchery can be fully operational. The entity should provide progress report regarding infrastructure projects in Musina Makhado, SEZ, as well as necessary agreements on land development that needs to be signed, and also the status of SEZ. So we can report that by the end of the quarter under review, the SEZ started with the implementation of the 5-point plan, which is their own sustainability plan. And I think that it is important to indicate, as we have through the Honorable MEC, that in terms of the north side, there are no outstanding issues. The issue of land has been resolved, and certainly they are now reviewing contracts so that they can start implementing the bulk infrastructure. A report should be provided on the implementation of infrastructure projects in Fitahomutubatsi, as well as designation process by the DTIC, and also the partnership with Glencoe. Part of the designation process, which is done by the DTIC through cabinet, is that there ought to be public participations, and you did participate in the last public participation for the designation of Fitahomutubatsi in April. Following that, the DTIC is now dealing with objections, upon which they will then table the CAB memo to cabinet in terms of the issues of designation. There is a technical committee comprising the province and the DTIC to track these processes of the SEZ implementation. That is both Fitahomutubatsi and Musina Makhado. So certainly we are looking forward ourselves to July as to if the cabinet memo can be submitted in that regard. In terms of the collaboration with Glencoe, a collaboration agreement was signed with Glencoe in February 2025. The intention of this collaboration is to create synergies regarding various projects with the intention to accelerate economic growth. These projects span across skills development, green energy, and enterprise development. There's been discussions about the proposal to collaborate on skills training through the Glencoe Eastern Limb Artisan Training Center in terms of the readiness skills for the implementation of Fitahomutubatsi, because once the cabinet designates, then we must implement it fully. And therefore, the skill profile of the people in the region should be ready as we start the implementation from bulk to completion. And some of the milestones is the issues of perimeter fencing, which to date is almost complete. The portfolio committee visited, we're only left with the gate installation, which is almost complete. The ICT infrastructure. So suffice to say that after the issues of the fence, we are now designing to implement the bulk infrastructure so that we can follow in terms of the 6 months plan for Fitahomu Dubat. We have got no hindrances there. The only one which I think is a bit delayed is that the water treatment works project is the one that has stalled because of several water authorities that are operating there. So we are trying to find a way or get the way forward so that we can resolve those matters. Limpopo connection should speed up the processing of onboarding of investor for the purpose of the rollout. The latest report is that Limpopo connection did receive application by 4 potential investors who are being processed in terms of all the elements that has got to do with the due diligence, the technical viability, commercial, legal, and otherwise. They have given feedback that such a process would be completed, including the application of Section 54 as it deals with the acquisition and disposal of the equity in state institutions, which will then have been finalized in September of this calendar year. LEDA should provide quarterly progress report on the implementation of the GNT turnaround strategy. And as we have reported before, what is covered here is that GNT has started to implement the new contract for public transport system, in particular buses. That has got to do with GNT providing its own list, procured as well as refurbished buses, which is a mix, and as well as the implementation of the empowerment wherein the local bus transport system are also incorporated to co-function with the GNT in terms of providing the transport. It can be reported further in this meeting, of course, that there are certain timelines, certainly, in terms of the procurement of buses, in terms of the completion of the leased buses, as well as the refurbishments, that by the end of this financial year will provide financial viability to GNT. And as the Honorable MEC has tabled in the last budget speech, was that there has been a request, of course, to repurpose 93 million of the amount that has already been allocated as capital budget of 309 to buy 109 buses. And in terms of that, we are seeking, of course, the portfolio committee support in terms of that endorsement. The review of the MEC through the board accountability sessions reflected that without the injection of that operational budget, GNT will collapse because its current operational budget has been loaned from LEDA. So LEDA itself, what it has loaned to GNT is that it will not have funding by September. So without that injection and the repurposing of the capital grant, the two will certainly be inoperational as it will not have budget. There should be progress report on the sustainability of New Era Life as well as the onboarding of the investor. We have reported before that we are acquiring the strategic partner. However, preliminarily, the provincial treasury has sent back the application back in terms of Section 54 application for the acquisition of a strategic partner out of concern of the processes which the board is addressing. And we will then resubmit to Provincial Treasury from the board point of view. However, there are other matters, of course, that the Honorable MEC has reported on, that the license has been suspended, of course, by the Prudential Authority. He has done his bit to engage the Minister of Finance. We are awaiting the response, but further we are working with the Prudential Authority to ensure that the license is reinstated, and as well as on our part to get a strategic partner to make sure that it is financially viable. Progress report should be provided on the suspension of the license that is provided for in terms of the annexures. Suffice to say that this matter had required us to get the legal advisory to deal with the issues that are being raised in terms of the Prudential Authority. We are awaiting for the sitting of that appeal so that we can hear how it has been adjudicated. Consequence management should be implemented to the officials who failed to act on their responsibilities that led to the suspension of the new era licenses. It has already been done where the previous CEO was suspended, and the issue with the business partner Trans-Africa on the issues of non-payment of premium, it is now with the courts. We are awaiting for the date. And in terms of foregoing issues and strategic viability, as we have indicated, the only way New Era will survive is, of course, to get a strategic partner who will ensure that there is minimum capital adequacy, and of course, making sure that we protect those who have taken our insurances. Corridor Mining Resources should provide a report on the operationalization of Fumani and Tsepo. And this has been provided. I can safely say in a nutshell that on both issues, we are now dealing with the acquisition or onboarding of strategic partners, which is a process, of course, that deals with trying to get investors who've got capital adequacy, and therefore, when leader board is satisfied, they send this process to the MEC for LEDET for approval and concurrence through Section 54 by MEC of Treasury. The entity should ensure that there is adequate marketing of its product and services to targeted market and beneficiaries within and outside the provinces. And we do such undertakings in terms of awareness of our products, and I think this report does give some of the media platforms that we have used to deal with that. Proper planning and preparatory work should be done prior to the implementation of key programs and projects in order to avoid unnecessary delays such as those reported on the SEZ projects. The 6 months review that the agencies are implementing in terms of the sustainability plan deals with this matter of proper planning, project management, scheduling, as well as timelines and budgeting to ensure that it is met. The committee requested the entity to provide a detailed updated report on leasing of all industrial space belonging to LEDA and report on job creations within industrial parks. And the report does detail that in terms of large industries, in terms of the occupations, job created, small industries, in terms of large industries by numbers 268 that they have, small industries 57, shopping centers 15, post office 35. So this report then details all the elements that have been requested by the portfolio committee in terms of the indicators concerned. Responding to the third quarter performance report, LEDA should continue to provide quarterly, regular, comprehensive report on the activities of performance of its divisions, joint ventures, and associate. This is done and it is annexed in terms of all the areas of LEDA's performance. The entity should provide progress update regarding infrastructure projects in Musina Makhado, SEZ, as well as the review of the project design. An update should be provided on the financial implication of the contracts that are to be put on hold. This is done. In a nutshell, what MMSEZ has done through, of course, the support of the DTIC, we got the IDC on board so that they can assist in terms of the technical review of performance of the contractors. They have indicated that in the fall of the month of July, they will have been done with the review of all the old contractors. Then they will start with the procurement of the contractors that they need to complete the works that they want to undertake. And there is a lengthy report that talks about all these elements. But suffice to say that on bringing this report here, the Honorable MEC has guided in terms of how we implement the projects for the north side, which is shovel ready, and the south side in terms of finalization of the township establishment approval. There is Annex 1, of course, that deals with this in detail. Similarly, in terms of Itahomutubat, progress has also been tabled that deals with the issue of public participation, the designation by the National Cabinet, the design and the implementation of the bulk infrastructure, and as well as the partnerships. That is. Limpopo Connection should speed up the onboarding of our strategic partner. I've dealt with that in the prior report. LEDA should provide quarterly progress report on the implementation of GNT turnaround to stabilize GNT as well as procurement of buses and leasing of buses. That is also dealt with. I think suffice to say that when required, the turnaround of GNT can be presented in terms of its acquisition strategy towards sustainability, in terms of leased buses, in terms of newly procured fleet, as well as refurbished buses that goes back to operational. There should be a progress report on the new era life insurance. We've already provided such a response. The issues of corridor mining resources and the operationalization, which is inclusive of strategic partners, is also responded to and is also in the annexure. The issue of the refurbishments of industrial park, it's important. I think what the Honorable MEC has always emphasized on the issues of industrial parks is that for the longest period of time, we've been dependent on the proceeds from the Critical Infrastructure Fund from the DTIC, which they provide for in phases on an annual basis. And therefore, when LEDA is fully sustainable, it will have to also supplement with its own revenue so that we can increase the activity in terms of refurbishments. As it stands, the critical infrastructure of the 3 applications we have made for Sishiu, Nkowankowa, and Shayandima in Bembe. Sishiu has been approved for 2 applications for the first and second phase, Nkowankowa for 2 phases, whereas Shayandima has not been allocated any budget. The issue of new life insurance is also detailed as far as it deals with the license suspension, the foregoing matters in dealing with the Prudential Authority and the strategic partner in the issues of minimum capital adequacy ratio. The entity should ensure that it works with SAPS and other stakeholders to stop illegal mining activities in the province. This is already happening, including the collaboration at LEDET and provincial level through the prof joints. Committee resolution taken on the meeting 23 and 29 May. The department should provide report on MMSZ, and the former CEO must come and present the report. I know, I think there is an error there. It can only be the current interim CEO. We took some of these verbatim, and I think they can be reduced somehow. The department should provide a report on the allocation of human resources for Fitaho Mutubat and Musina Makad, and also provide an organogram for each SEZ. There is an annexure attached, but I can confirm that the Provincial Personnel Management Committee set wherein LEDET and these institutions were called upon to provide and present in terms of their needs, in terms of human resource capacity, MMSZ in terms of the expansion of the structure to be fully operational, Fitaho Mutubaze to do with all the matters around the staffing and capacity building upon the designation. Because what the provincial government has done in terms of de-risking was not to fill the whole structure of Fitaho Mutubaze, because we did not know what the outcome will be. We will rather wait so that it becomes a fully fledged SOC in terms of the designation, then we can be able to staff it accordingly in terms of the SEZ Act. The turnaround plan for Musina Makado is also provided for in terms of Annexure 4. It is inclusive of targets that are on an annual basis and as well as part of the 5-year corporate plan. LEDA should provide a monthly progress report on illegal mining activities for a review. This is something that will have to come out from the Prof JOC and SAPS, inclusive of DMRE, as we are dependent on them, given the competency that it lies there. So certainly, such reports that is inclusive of illegal mining in our province should be the JCPS reports. Report on the new life insurance, suspension, and everything is provided for in terms of the nitty-gritty details of timeline from suspension and what the department through the MEC is doing in terms of trying to get back the license. Report on the number of GNT buses that are at the depot, waiting for maintenance and waiting for refurbishments as of the period of reporting. The current number of buses of GNT is 89. Those waiting for maintenance is 37, refurbishments is 40. And the new procurement then was 71, but for this financial year, as they will report, if I'm not mistaken, under correction is 66 buses that they will acquire. Of course, upon the consideration of the repurposing of the funding that was set aside for this particular. Report on the GNT timelines on financial positioning. This has been done, and of course, part of what the MEC has reported in the preliminaries is the decision that has been taken, of course, by the GNT board upon realizing the issues of management lapses, inefficiencies, and governance, which was not under control. The decision by the board, of course, to suspend the trio of its executive management and making sure that we return to normalcy with all the systems and management in place. Report on when the entity notified the board, when did the entity leader shareholders in terms of the GNT issues. So I think part of what the MEC was reporting about that could have led to the suspension of this trio has got to do with just the issue of accountability and reporting to the GNT board, to LEDA board as a shareholder, and to the Honorable MEC of the ongoings. I'll cite an example of the issues of GNT non-payment of its portion of employer contribution to the pension fund for the period December 2024 to May. The Honorable MEC has only known about this as well as the board in May, and that's why I acted upon it then and there. So that is the response. Report on the man-bus ratio. As it stands, it remains high at 5.31, primarily due to the shortage of operational buses. And of course, this can be corrected, of course, when GNT has got all its buses and the drivers are able to use these buses, because the skewed nature of this is as a result of GNT operating 80, if I reported very well, 89 buses as opposed to more than 200 that are required to fill all its routes. Report on cash balances to pay for buses and what exact amount is owed on 3 umbrella fund, and also what is the exact penalties that are currently being done. The following payments were made towards bus leases. March 2025, 1.528 million, May 2025, 3 million, June 2025, 1.7 million, and in total, 6.228 million. This amount, of course, will not have been possible without inter-company loan from LEDA, because GNT did not have operational budget. That's why in many cases there will have been delay in terms of the payment. But of course, if we do find favor with the portfolio committee, this can be addressed, of course, even with the systematic changes and capacity building in terms of how we operate GNT. Report on how the entity is arranging the medical aid schemes for 2 sets of employees through the broker, because those employees are losing benefit. It is true that the core joint payment of employers' contribution to pension fund and medical fund could not be done in the period that I have indicated of December to May because of the lack of operational budget. But as the Honorable MEC has indicated, we had to think on our feet to make sure that we restore the pension fund and medical aid by borrowing money from LEDA, so that we can be able to restore the pension fund and medical aid. So, of course, when this is done, GNT will provide a report in terms of the employee who will have been affected. And of course, if it is corrected, such will not be possible in future in terms of non-payment. Report on the exact number of buses that are receiving subsidy from the Department of Transport, and also exact amount of maintenance and service provider expenditure. GNT currently operates 89 buses. All are eligible for subsidy payment from the Department of Transport and Community Safety. The subsidy is calculated based on the number of kilometers traveled, in line with the approved route schedule and agreed rate per kilometer as stipulated in the contract with that department. Out of 89 buses, 54 are leased vehicles for which GNT incurs a lease liability of approximately 3.7 million, assuming that all buses operate every day per month. In terms of the lease agreement, the service provider is responsible for repairs and maintenance. When leased buses experience mechanical breakdowns, the provider is obligated to restore it to operational condition. Some of those numbers could have been changed in terms of further refurbishments in terms of the further review of its turnaround and the things that led to, of course, the suspension of the trio executives. Report on the plan to refurbish all buses that are packed in depots. There is a serious shortage, especially in areas such as Guyana. 40 buses have been identified as economically viable for refurbishments. To this end, the bid has been advertised to procure the service of qualified service provider to undertake the refurbishment work. The project will be funded through an operational revenue. Once refurbished, the buses will be allocated to regions within the province experiencing critical shortages, such as Guyana, thereby enhancing service delivery and operational coverage. The department should ensure that there is implementation of statement of consequence management to an employee who has done wrong, who has performed unethical behavior or conduct in the department, instead of being seconded or transferred to other sections of the department, because they are still investigating. This matter is something that we deal with, of course, in terms of the consequence management structure, whether in terms of dealing with unwanted expenditure that is irregular, fruitless, and wasteful, wherein we do investigation. When a person has wronged, then there is a proper process through labor relation in which the employee case is dealt with. Where the government has been injured in terms of losses of revenue, there is financial misconduct board, which takes place before we go to Treasury for condonement of irregular expenditure, or is taken or tabled through the accounting officer for the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So these matters, we deal with them, but also within the ethical consideration in terms of the ethics committees, we look at this matter, and also in terms of the risks to the operation of the department. So I will say that this is a whole fulsome strategy of dealing with the matters of people who will have done wrong and making sure that consequence management is done. And we do not pass the risk by transferring those who have done wrong to other sections or other entities. That can only be done if the person is cleared of the wrongdoings. Report of the loss of revenue to GNT from the 6th to the 7th administration. GNT recorded a significant decline in revenue between 6th and 7th administration. Revenue under 6th administration totaled 366 million, whereas under the 7th administration, it declined from that amount to 318 million. So that decline also reflects a new loss of around 48,196 million. The loss is primarily attributed to the reduction in the number of operational buses and the decline in the customer base. Due to the persistent reliability issues, many buses were unavailable to collect passengers. As a result, commuters have increasingly turned to alternative transport. When we have completed the acquisition strategy that focused on 3 elements of acquisition, leases, and retaining the refurbished buses, of course, we'll have to build confidence in terms of those who will have departed in terms of the demand for GNT buses. We now go to LTA for second quarter. Limpopo Tourism Agency must improve its forecasting to avoid overspending, particularly in marketing-related initiatives. Detailed quarterly variance report should be submitted to the committee with explanation and corrective measures for any deviation. The entity has an approved budget plan as per the APP with quarterly targets. The variance report is attached for ease of reference. Structured outreach and support programs should be implemented for enterprise owned by people with disabilities, including training on tax compliance, procurement strategies, and end. Within the province, certainly, we do believe that LTA provide the best case scenario in terms of strategies to deal with people with disabilities in terms of the procurement. And many provincial government departments and entities are looking at LTA in terms of the learning effects, in terms of how they've been able to turn around such a situation. Comprehensive records of stakeholder engagements under Program 1 must be maintained, including outcome and follow-up actions. The agency should improve flexibility in planning to adjust to changing external event schedules, such as the scheduling of trade fairs. The entity has a comprehensive database of each stakeholder engagement with specific outcomes achieved. Next resolution, a progress report outlining the actions undertaken and the measurable impact of initiatives such as Tourism Thursday. SMME support must be submitted to the committee. The reports are attached for ease of reference. The agency should provide a detailed documentation on the campaign, trade marketing, activation, collaborations. Furthermore, these reports must assess the impact of such activities. There is a report in terms of the benefit statement out of the campaigns by LTA. Efforts should be strengthened to attract domestic and international tourists to Limpopo in alignment with the agency mandate to drive economic growth. Additionally, reports must be submitted outlining how enterprises owned by previously disadvantaged individuals are being integrated in the value chain. The entity participates in various marketing platforms that include Meeting Africa, World Travel, Market Africa, Africa's Travel Indaba, as well as Zimbabwe International Trade Fair. And it is supported in excess of 40 previously disadvantaged individuals or entrepreneurs. The report is attached as D. LTA should also provide a detailed report on the campaigns, trade marketing activations, marketing collaborations that were facilitated. They are stated in the nutshell in terms of those collaborations and activations, and the benefit statement to the enterprises in Limpopo, the benefit statement to the economy that could be attributed to tourism and these issues. The entity should continue to prioritize its mandate and attract tourists from domestic market into Limpopo to enhance. Statistics South Africa on an annual basis continue to report that LTA in the last 5 years, so not LTA, Limpopo in the last 5 years has always been in the top 3 of international and domestic arrivals. And certainly all this effort that they are doing, and as well as the expansion of the scope to deal with further marketing and promotion in terms of destination marketing, certainly will cement this position as the favorable destination of choice. Report should be provided on how the entity is supporting enterprises owned by previously disadvantaged. And this is incorporated, of course, in terms of performance reporting. The homestay program should expand to benefit unemployed women in rural villages. Opportunities for ownership, training, and active participation must be prioritized to ensure inclusive economic empowerment. The homestays program developed for Makushu village, Mashishimale village, as well as Piring village are targeted at empowering women entrepreneurs who are trained to operate the homestay in partnership with the service provider who provides marketing and booking services for tourists on behalf of homestay beneficiaries. This certainly details the LTA value addition to that process. The Makonyane House in Zone 1 Sishu should be officially recognized as a heritage site, as it was the residence of the first black mayor during the democratic dispensation. This is the competency of the Department of Arts and Culture in consultation with the national departments, and we have referred that matter to them to deal with that matter. Response to the third quarter 24-25, Limpopo Tourism Agency must enhance its spending efficiency to ensure full implementation of its annual performance plan by the end of financial year. The entity has clear targets for each quarter and budget that is commensurate with those targets. The agency should sustain and deepen its commitment to inclusive procurement practices with particular emphasis on youth, women, and people with disabilities. I've already dealt with that one. Quarterly reports and action plan and detailed feedback should be submitted to the committee by 30th June to facilitate effective. The quarterly report as approved by the board are attached. The agency should intensify efforts to attract both domestic and international tourists, thereby contributing to the province's economic growth. And the entity does that on an ongoing basis. A comprehensive report detailing all marketing campaigns, trade marketing activation, strategic collaborations, and there is a detailed report in that regard. LTA should report on initiatives that support the participation of previously disadvantaged individuals in the tourism value chain. This has been annexed SE. As the marketing arm of the province, the LTA must continue to promote state-owned nature reserves as premier tourism destination. It is implemented through Limpopo Wildlife Resorts to attract larger markets. So it is done indeed. The agency should also actively promote individual cities within the province to enhance their brand identities, fostering collaborations. The marketing of flagship attractions such as Kruger National Park, the biosphere reserves, and the heritage site should be the top priority. Certainly, this is done through LEDET-owned operations. This is also done in collaboration with LTA, as well as national institutions that have got responsibility for flora and fauna. Honorable MEC, this is the detail of our responses for the quarter under review and for the meeting of May. I have certainly written my own thesis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. That was our response.
No, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, this was the tracking resolutions. Over to you, honorable members. Honorable Smiley, I can see the hands of Honorable Smiley, Honorable Munisi, Honorable Majomani, Honorable Cooper, Honorable Jack, and Honorable Maringa.
Honorable Chair, just on a process, just to assist to flow the meeting, because I've seen that there are presentations also following in each of the, for each of the entities that are here today. And some of the questions that will flow out of the resolutions might also flow out of the presentation. I don't want to say which one will come forth. But can I make a suggestion that we hear, because we've noted our questions, but can I ask that we maybe go towards the presentations and then we allow members maybe to go once with the questions. Otherwise, it's questions on entities
okay.
might be addressed in the presentations or not. But I just wanted to maybe go that route maybe first. That's just a proposal, Chair.
No, thank you. Honorable members, agreed? Honorable? Thank you very much. So we can continue to 3.2, 2024-2025 financial year fourth quarter performance report of LEDET, LGP, and LTA and LEDA.
No, thank you very much. He had thought
We'll
he's
talk after-
he's
after all the
rescued.
presentations.
He thought he is rescued. He's going back to his thesis again.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much once again, Honorable MEC Chairperson and Honorable members. I hereby present quarter 4 for financial year 24-25 consideration. We have taken care so that we only deal with the high-level milestones in terms of performance as the report has been submitted, which reflect a comparative analysis of annual target as well as quarter 4 targets and achievement. In terms of the supplier invoice paid, for both quarter 4 and annual, we have managed to get 100% in terms of all invoices paid. Budget spent is 98%, and the larger proportion of the budget that was not spent has got to do with spending on infrastructure, which was delayed, issues of the filling of the vacancies, which is only now being processed. In terms of women-owned business supported, it was 53%, 0.5 in quarter 4, and 40% annually. There has been a vast improvement. Youth-owned businesses, it was 28.8%. The annual target is 30%, and the annual is 72.9%. In terms of number of liquor businesses inspected, on the annual, we targeted 7,200. For quarter 4, we have achieved 2,503, and on annual basis, we surpassed that target at 9,040. Consumer rights finalized, which is measured at 100%. It has been fully achieved. Number of EIA applications finalized. The annual target is 100%, and it has been achieved. Annually, it was 169. Compliance inspections conducted. Annually, it was 280, and we have surpassed that for quarter 4. It was 78, and the aggregation for all 4 quarters, 341. Criminal cases handed over to NPA for prosecution. Our target was 5. In quarter 4, we achieved 2, and the aggregation for the year is 10. Waste management license applications issued. It's 100% each time per quarter, and all were achieved at 2. Annually, it was actually 2. It was all achieved. Biodiversity permits issued, 100%. Total number for quarter 4 was 3.770. Annually, 17,313. Hectares added to the conservation estate. We have also achieved that target. Job opportunities created, we have surpassed it by 1, from annual 140 to 141. Tourist guides registered, the annual target 185, and we have also surpassed that. Under business registration and spaza shop registration, a total of 3,309 businesses in Limpopo were approved and issued with business certificate. Of these numbers, 1,098 are owned by foreign nationals. Of the total 3.3, 1,732 can be considered to be spaza shops, which is a larger proportion of businesses. And of these spaza shops, 706 are owned by foreign nationals, which is also a very high proportion. Challenge faced by province and the department. There are delays in municipal approval for business licenses application, especially in communal areas, given all the authorities where it must be processed. There are issues around the verification issues regarding the status of foreign nationals, which is the competency of Home Affairs, fronting practices by landlords and locals for unregistered business approvals. All these matters are foregoing matters that we are operationally dealing with in terms of the implementation of the Limpopo Business Registration Act. So this is a schematic representation of performance, quarter-on-quarter comparative analysis and annually, that overall, LEDET performance has improved from 82% in quarter 1 to 87 to 92 to 93. Given the low level of performance in quarter 1, the annual can be 88%. Now, areas of underperformance with the explanation and interventions to improve, disclosure on financial interests by non-SMM members, enforcement of consequence management, which has been done, submission of signed performance contract on time, non-payment of suppliers of valid invoices. We have realized ever since we implemented our structure that our finance division is understaffed, and therefore, in terms of the review that is permitted, that is under the control of the MEC, this service delivery area is being prioritized so that we can increase the number of those who are doing the processing. 7% support of business owned by disability. We have discussed this at length, that there are learning effects from institutions such as LT, among others, who are doing it very well, but certainly capacity building as well as collaboration with institutions that represent this segment of society is being undertaken on a regular basis. 50-50 gender parity at SMS level. The intervention is to ring-fence post for female candidate. However, in recent experience, we have realized that in terms of the SMS positions which have been advertised, there are cases in which women will not have applied or women will not have adequately, those who have applied will not have adequately fulfilled the requirements for the post. So I'm just stating it now that while we go all out to ensure and encourage women to participate in terms of achieving the 50-50 gender parity, there is operational experiences that we have experienced in terms of fulfilling that. With that said, this is performance, and I'll stop there. I don't know if, Chairperson, you also want us to do with the APP, or the entities must present.
I think you can continue the APP.
May I request the owner of the computer to take me there? APP, LEDET APP. Thank you. Which reflect the issues of provincial outcomes and targets, economic outlook, LEDET strategic outcome, key focus area, targets, and budget allocation. Given that we are almost in the first year of the new LDP, it suffices that I repeat the priorities of government in terms of the medium-term development plan, which is the last iteration of the National Development Plan. That is subsumed, of course, these priorities in the new LDP 2025 to 2030. That we deal with priorities of a capable and ethical development state, inclusive economic growth and job creation, reduce poverty and tackle high cost of living. These commitments that are codified here under commitments will be reflected in terms of the programs and the projects and the plans of LEDET and its entities in terms of fulfilling the mandate in terms of the priorities. The new LDP, as I said, that it is the last iteration towards the NDP, has certainly looked at the last various iterations that we have already undertaken. How much have we done in terms of performance? What could be adjusted in terms of the programs and the budget to ensure that we reach the aspiration of the LDP? In particular, on the issue of economic growth and the baseline, which is struggling to reach even 1%. Our baseline, as per the last 5-year iteration, was 0.616, and our target is 2.2. It will take a whole lot of effort, given the operating environment, both locally, interprovincially, nationally, and international. Whether it's a fiscal environment by government, whether is the investment environment, and otherwise that had got an impact given that Limpopo is part of South Africa economy. The unemployment rate, we have been staggering, of course, at more than 30%, and our target for the current LDP period is 20%. We want to improve our share, of course, from the current baseline of 7.7% to 9%. Just to demonstrate how difficult this matter is that just in the last 10 years, we have only improved in terms of our share to national economy by 0.5%. So it's never an easy target. It encompasses all the interventions that will be required. The current level of employed people in Limpopo is 1.5. We want to go to 2 million. That will then mean that we have got a job creation target across the provincial government and entities of 520. And of course, if you will have seen...
Evan, something is disturbing inside. Oh, Evan.
So there is an intention to create 520 jobs. And you are quite aware, of course, that the first quarter of 2025 reflected almost 55,000 jobs which are lost, which then mean that the new target in terms of the numbers of the first quarter will then have moved to 570 jobs to be created in the next 5 years. In terms of investment to be attracted, here LEDET plays a prominent role because in order to reach these targets that we have envisaged, there is a need for an intervention in terms of investments which will shock the economy and induce it in terms of the macroeconomic indicators such as growth and employment. And on annual basis, we do host or convince the Limpopo Investment Conference. The new target on annual basis is 120 billion. If you look at the 600 billion that we target over 5 years, it is the sum total of 120 over 5 years, which we think is possible given the consultations that we are having. And we are going to see and test this in terms of the envisaged Limpopo Investment Conference in October this year. We also want to improve the manufacturing share to total GDP. In the last 20 years, we have only improved by a percentage point in terms of Limpopo's share to manufacturing. And we are envisaging that within 5 years, we'll do all we can in terms of the possibility of capacity and budget and improve by another percent to have a share of 5% in terms of the share of manufacturing to GDP. In terms of inequality, of course, it was a stated objective that while it is not ideal to have an inequality of 0.50, given that we already had the highest inequality at 0.57, we want to decrease from the baseline of 0.57 to 0.50. Because if you move towards 1 as a unit, it is perfect inequality. And if you move towards 0, we are moving towards level of equality. So we must then move 50 units to make this. Poverty reduction, here we are dealing with people living under poverty, the lower poverty bound, because there are 3. We have got this one, which we are measuring, which is bread poverty, and then we've got poverty at highest level that are the upper bound, which is inclusive of other dimensions. This is well known in terms of the department mandate, but suffice to say that given that this is the last iteration of the LDP, all the effort by plans, programs, and projects by LEDET and its entities, as well as by LEDET as the leader of economic sector, is to drive this mandate, which is our sub-outcomes, to ensure that those targets alluded to in terms of the LDP are reached in terms of employment, in terms of growth, in terms of dealing with cross-cutting issues such as entrepreneurship and enterprise development, skills development, among other matters. This is a comparative analysis of Limpopo's economic structure within 5 years, 2018 to 2023. You can see that mining continue to rise, especially prior to the period, and it has now rise from 22% to 23%, given the number of mining licenses and those that are moving from exploration to mining, getting mining rights. The areas which we are doing well, it's not areas that as a government could be proud of. It includes the issues of community service, which is the provision of social wage and services by government. We want to move more in terms of public-private partnerships, private sector initiatives and government initiatives as an enabling environment to ensure we improve on the sectors that has got a potential to increase job creation, improve the infrastructure stock and value add. That will be manufacturing, electricity and utilities, construction, trade, transport, agriculture and community safety. And of course, finance. So those are the areas. But when we look at the economy of Limpopo in terms of its mainstay of mining, agriculture and tourism, you could see that mining by far surpasses any other in terms of growth. And there is a need for us to use all the strategies and the plans possible to ensure that we increase the efforts and intensify activities in terms of promotion for tourism, in terms of moving from the primary agriculture to secondary, which is agro-processing. I will not bore you with the details in terms of this slide, except to say that we had challenges, of course, in terms of meeting the targets, in terms of employment, the increase in unemployment, and these are the comparative analysis of South Africa and its provinces. When you look at it, you can see that where there is improvement is very, very marginal, because we all face the same economic structure. But when you look at what we envisage to do in terms of the interventions, the economic shock that we envisage beyond the 120 billion of investment, it could certainly improve if we increase the capacity of the state to fast-track the implementation of the projects that come through Limpopo Investment Conference, increase the partnership along the value chains of the economy. We have already indicated this is also a comparative analysis of the changes in employment, quarter and quarter comparison, that our employment between the quarters, I think it is reflected by the Statistics South Africa, that we have marginally declined a bit, and therefore we do believe that this is a short-term issue, because even the 55,000 jobs, if you dig through the analysis, it will be seasonal jobs and agriculture and mining. But many of these could have been the fact that the period in which it is being reported, it was time in which there were inclement weathers, and some of the activities that are done physically for agriculture and mining could not have been possible. But this is not an excuse, rather to say that we know and we have added these new unemployment numbers of 55,000 to the numbers that we must tackle in the next 5 years. So indeed, these are some of the programs that we are going to implement to industrialize the economy, to implement our mega industrialization projects through the SEZ program, to ensure that we implement programs in other growth nodes of the province, to ensure that we do our regulatory mandate on liquor, on business in general, on gambling, on consumer, ensure that we regulate the environment and we promote tourism. And furthermore, coordinate effort around each and every economic and industrial development activity of the province. This is the strategic high-level plan in terms of our targets per the programs, the 4 programs of LEDET. That the indicators, we have got 36 in terms of 5-year targets, we have got 55. Our key focus areas is, as I have alluded to, but then there is a new measure which has always been there but silent, which is job creation. And that we have got a coordinated effort by LEDET and entities to make sure that we continue to report on direct jobs that are created by ourselves in terms of our budget, on induced and indirect jobs that are created through our partnership with industry and other players in the economy, to make sure that we have got part-time and full-time equivalents in terms of job creation. Planned annual target per programs is 61. Now, one element that we saw as lagging during the implementation of the foregone or outgone LDP, which ended this year, was that we have seen some lackings in terms of coordination with other spheres of government, and buoyed by the DDM. It is now a must that any projects that you implement in the space of local government, they must be fully involved so that they can also see the benefit statement and also then support through their own mechanisms that are provided for. So is the national government. And we certainly believe it will improve in terms of the benefit statement of this project, but also certainly improve the efficiencies in terms of delivery. So in terms of our infrastructure that we want to implement this year, it is in Capricorn, which is on the completion of the road in Volkberg, the construction of staff accommodation at Volkberg, in Waterberg, development of carports, paving of internal roads, among others at Nelsfley, construction of staff accommodation at Nelsfley, infrastructure projects, which is the refurbishments of Masebe, repairs and maintenance at Dinyala Nature Reserve. Of course, the budget envelope will not allow us to fully implement and improve the infrastructure or refurbish all the 43 reserves. That's why we've got an agreement with National Treasury that our prioritized resorts for commercialization. Let's go one by one and we finish all the projects and the infrastructure projects so that we can make sure that there is revenue enhancement. But Treasury has also now agreed that it is important that we build chalets for the workers so that while we improve in terms of the revenue enhancement projects, we must also improve in terms of the livelihoods of those who work in the resorts. So these are the matters that are under consideration. So with what Treasury can approve and give us, so this is the projects that are going to be undertaken. And of course, I will also include the Mwanedi. Our budget appropriation as presented by the Honorable MEC for LEDET is in total 2.286 billion. Per program, per classification, we will need to improve, of course, in terms of the expenditure beyond the 98%, which we've been having for the last 2 years or so. In terms of entities appropriation, LEDA 1.144 billion, LGB 72 billion, LTA 102 billion. And this in a nutshell is our APP and the budget as presented. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members.
Okay, now, thank you very much. If you can continue with other entities also.
Or the budgets for the entities, I think I'm being corrected. I said billions. It's millions. They were starting to be happy, and I said,
We're going to the next entity.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable MEC chairpersons. I'll be presenting the fourth quarter report for LGB. Okay, so I'll just give you a high level because already I think we have, I'll not go talk about the mandate, which is actually what we are doing as Limpopo Gambling Board to regulate gambling industry in the province. And in terms of the status regarding gambling industry, we are showing the honorable members the status in terms of the license size in the province, that is 357, as by the end of the fourth quarter. And we had 310 sites that were operational during the fourth quarter. And we're also given reasons why some of them were actually not operational, which we're also busy as an entity to make sure that they become operationalized. Some were closed due to various factors, such as the death of the owners, the relocations of the sites, and so on. And in terms of employment, as by the fourth quarter, we're also sharing with the committee in terms of the number of employees that are actually employed by the gambling industry in the province. We're showing that by the end of the fourth quarter, we had 3,103 employees employed at the various sites, that is the casinos, the bingos, LPMs, and also by the bookmakers. And also showing that the high percentage of those employed at the sites are PDIs, and also showing the percentage of youth that actually employed at the various sites. In the previous meeting, we also briefed the committee about the process where Sun International wanted to procure Piedmont Global, and as by the end of the fourth quarter, the process was not finalized, and we are still waiting for a decision from the competition tribunal whether they approve this particular transaction that Sun International will actually purchase Piedmont. In that regard, it will imply that if the transaction is successful, it means all the casinos in the province will be under Sun International. That is Tabam Pushate, Koroni, and also Meropa. So I've also indicated the summary in the table in terms of how many sites are operational for the casinos, bingo size, total assessed size, and bookmakers, and LPM size, and showing the reason why some of them are actually not operational. And in terms of the summary, in terms of the key achievements for the entity, for the fourth quarter, we have managed to achieve all the set targets that were 11, but also in terms of the levies or revenue collection, we're able to collect 346 million as by the end of March, which was against the target of 323 million as by the end of March, which means that we've actually surpassed the revenue projections of that we actually also adjusted during the budget adjustment. And in terms of CSI, one of the responsibilities of us as gambling industry is to make sure that we also deal with the negative effects of gambling by ensuring that the licensees, but also ourselves as an entity, we also implement corporate social investment programs or projects that will actually counteract the negative effects of gambling in the province. So we are also sharing with the honorable members in terms of the program that was spearheaded by our honorable MEC in terms of supporting the ACT centers in the province. So we are just giving progress as by the fourth quarter. How much did we spend and how many centers and number of children that have benefited. And also the collaboration with other municipalities, but also Hollywood Bets in terms of the program to support the back to school campaign during the fourth quarter, and also Hollywood Bets in terms of supporting the SMMEs in the province by ensuring that they coordinated the business seminar, but also the business awards in which the successful SSMEs shared a prize of 1 million to make sure that we support SMMEs in the province, but also contribute towards the socio-economic development for the province. And in terms of our targets, like I've said, we've achieved all the targets as set for the fourth quarter. So I'll not go into details program by program. So that is just a summary in terms of the targets that we've actually achieved. But what is important is to actually also focus on the core targets, which involve the issue of the licensing, responsible gambling, but also dealing with illegal gambling. So in terms of the responsible gambling, we've managed to conduct 15 campaigns during the quarter, but also ensure that we license some of the sites and also do some inspections and audits at the various sites. What is important is also to share with the committee in terms of what are the outcomes from those particular audit and inspection. That we, in summary, we are just showing that how many sites did we manage to audit, and also the findings, and also how we are dealing with them as an entity to make sure that our licenses complies with the license conditions. One of them, like I've said, is the CSI plans, but also ensuring that they make sure that all the employees at the various sites are actually licensed by ensuring that they pay annual license fees, but also ensuring that they display the licenses at all the sites that are actually licensed by the entity. And also in terms of triple BEE. So I'll not go side by side, but just showing an overview in terms of what were the findings during the fourth quarter, and what is that the entity is doing to make sure that they correct those particular findings at the various sites. That is the casinos, but also the bingos that we have in the province, and also in terms of the bookmakers. So those are the findings. And in terms of law enforcement, like we are saying, we're also dealing with illegal gambling, like when the HOD was reporting about the committee resolutions, we're showing in terms of the number of campaigns that we've actually conducted during the fourth quarter. Those campaigns assist us in terms of ensuring that our communities become aware of which sites are legal, which sites are illegal, so that they're able to report those particular illegal sites to SAPS, but also to us, so that we're able to deal with them. Because if we don't deal with them, it means then our revenue streams will actually go down in the province, because those illegal sites, operators are actually not paying tax to the provincial revenue, and even the employees are actually not registered. So that is a challenge that we are dealing with it as a Limpopo Gambling Board. And in terms of the investigations, also, that is what we've actually done, but we're also showing just a summary in terms of what has happened during the fourth quarter. regarding the number of arrests that we actually conducted at the various areas where we have actually conducted the raids. And also in terms of expenditure, our expenditure will show that we have actually overspent in terms of this table. But this expenditure includes the previous year commitments. So it means that we have actually spent 100% of what was actually allocated to us as an entity. It's showing expenditure per program, but also where some programs actually overspend, we have managed to actually do environments to make sure that we're able to balance what we have spent as an entity. But this is a result of some of the pressures that we're having as an entity, which the MEC has made commitment to actually address. In terms of revenue collected, I've actually also shared with the honorable members in terms of the levies. So this is a breakdown of how much did we collect from the levies, which are actually paid on weekly basis by the licensees. We then transfer the money through our shareholder to treasury, and also the annual license fees and the interest that we have managed to get. And I think for the other ones, I will not go into those details. Honorable MEC, it's just a comparison in terms of what we've collected in the previous 3 years on month-to-month comparison, which shows that our revenue collection has actually improved during the previous financial year, that is in the last quarter. So I'm going to request my colleague who was, if you can just assist me to go to the APP, because I think the other ones, it was just sharing with the committee members in terms of equity, employment equity, which I think honorable members will be able to see what is actually there. That in terms of equity, we've actually managed to be at 50-50 or above 50% for employment for SMS level in terms of the number of employees, but also on average as an entity. Yeah, on the APP, I'll not also, I think I've already shared, it's just a summary in terms of our situation analysis, because all these sites that we've actually licensed are the ones that are actually giving us the levies that I was speaking about as I was reporting about the fourth quarter. And we believe that in this financial year 25-26, the number of operational sites will actually increase, with the result that our levies that we are collecting also increase. And in terms of our focus for this year, our plan is to make sure that we sustain good governance by maintaining unqualified audit opinion without findings, that is clean audit, but also ensure that we'll also be considering approving new applications for the limited payout machines, but also monitor and audit the operations of the gambling licensees that I've actually mentioned. That part of that is to make sure that what they are collecting is actually due to us as a provincial administration, as Limpopo Gambling Board, but also foster good stakeholder relations with the gambling industry, but also facilitate and ensuring that we also do some research to assess the impact of gambling in the province by partnering with our local universities, but also other partners in terms of research, and also continue to combat illegal gambling by investigating reported cases and create awareness in collaboration with the law enforcement agencies. Like we've already mentioned that in terms of this intervention, we're working with the SAPS, the Crime Intelligence Unit, but also the Cyber Crime Units, and also NPA, to make sure that we're able to improve on the conviction rate in the various causes of those that we've actually arrested. And in terms of the linkage of our provincial priorities and the 3 priorities of government, we've actually linked there to say, as the gambling board, will make sure that we've got a transformed gambling industry that will enable jobs in the province by ensuring that we sustain those jobs that have already been created, but also make sure that we'll have improved responsible gambling in Limpopo. Because we are saying that as people gamble, they should take gambling as an entertainment. It should not be an occupation where people actually spend the whole day at the gambling site and so on, because if you don't deal with that, you'll have negative effects on the employers, but also in the families. Hence, we are emphasizing the importance of responsible gambling programs that we need to continue to implement as an entity. But also combat illegal gambling, like I've said, that will actually erode our levies or revenue as a province if we don't deal with it. And I think we're making some inroads with the support of SAPS in terms of dealing with that. A major challenge in terms of illegal gambling is the issue around online gambling, which has become very difficult to actually track and also deal with those ones. But I think with the support of service providers like Google, I think with subs we'll be able to make sure that some of the illegal sites are actually being able to be closed by the internet service providers. And in terms of compliance with legislation, we're going to make sure that our licensees comply with the gambling legislations and the regulations, but also ensure that we improve on the issue around partnerships with our local partners, but also at the international level. On this one, Honorable Chair, I would like to indicate that as Limpopo Gambling Board, we are the members of international gambling regulators, but also Gambling Africa Forum. So part of that, we are also serving those particular committees at Africa level, but also at the international level. So we'll continue to engage and also support some of our neighboring countries. Like for Zimbabwe to get gambling machines, we have to approve them to go through our province. So part of those interventions or partnerships that we're having, but also all these countries. And in terms of the targets, we have also alluded or shows the annual targets in terms of dealing with governance regarding issue of financial disclosures by the board and committees, but also executive management, but also ensuring that we continue to engage stakeholders, like I've already mentioned, but also in terms of ensuring that we've got the developmental state. We'll make sure that we also improve on ensuring how do we deal with the issue around WSPs, but also performance management system to make sure that we enforce that so that we're able to make sure that we still perform at optimal level as an entity. And in terms of other matters, they are more in terms of financial governance matters around payment of invoices. That is still part of our target, but also maintaining clean audit and also issues around procurement for women, youth, and also persons with disability. In terms of that, some of these targets were not in our previous APP, so they're actually new in terms of for the 7th administration. So we'll make sure that we're also able to make sure that we meet those particular targets. In terms of core services, we'll continue, like I've said, in terms of the campaigns, responsible gambling campaigns, issue of licensing, but also issue of compliance inspections, issue of compliance audits that we actually do regularly on quarterly basis to ensure that our licensees continue to comply with what is expected and the license conditions within the gambling space. And in terms of illegal gambling, we'll continue more with the dealing with the illegal gambling activities by ensuring investigations, but also continue with the awareness campaigns. And in terms of our budget as allocated through our shareholder, we've been allocated 72 million, which is actually showing how much have we distributed per program. And in terms of the compensation of employees, I'll not go into those details, but I think, like we have said, we've got pressures in terms of inadequate capacity as an entity, but I think we'll continue to engage the shareholder and treasury in terms of ensuring that we deal with that particular challenge. And in terms of revenue projections, we have also shared with the honorable members in terms of what is that we are hoping that will be collecting as levies and as the annual taxes or annual fees from the gambling industry. So we believe that there will not be any slowdown around that will still maintain the rate that we actually do in terms of ensuring that the provincial fiscus is able to get some injection from the gambling industry, but also ensure that we continue to maintain jobs, but also ensure that we promote responsible gambling in the province. Thanks, Honorable MEC. That in summary the presentation for LGB.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair and members. I will start with the fourth quarter performance for Limpopo Tourism Agency as projected. And I think as a preamble, I would just want to say, as we attached as part of the resolution tracker, you would have seen that in terms of the statistics, we are on the upward trajectory, which we appreciate a lot. In terms of the fourth quarter report, in program 1, we achieved all the targets that were set, and also under corporate services, we also achieved. The one that we were not doing well in the previous ones, and I think it was also raised as part of the resolution tracker under financial management, especially the percentage budget spent on persons living with disability. We improved a lot, and I think also HOD alluded to that, what the finance division of LTA has done will also be used as a case study for the whole department. In terms of the core mandate that we had of integrated destination management as well, we have met all the targets. Under the support of SMMEs, we also surpassed that target, although in the fourth quarter, the ones that we needed, some of them were not compliant, but in terms of the overall, as LTA, we have met the targets. So that was the fourth quarter targets. I just want to move quickly to the APP and also, I mean, the annual, the 5-year strategy as well as the APP for 2025-2026. And also, I'll just delve much on the highlights. What is key on the 2025-2026, it's the inclusion of a new mandate. So if you see, or the expanded mandate, if you see on the programs, we are just going to share the highlights of the 5-year strategic plan, the annual and quarterly indicators, the targets, program 1, 2, 3, and the new addition is program 5, and we're also presenting some of the risks that we have. So these are the programs that we have, and there's only one addition of program 5, which is destination investment and trade promotion, which came as part of the EXCO resolution. And we're just indicating that we are a marketing agency, and we want to make sure that we intensify our strides regionally and internationally as well as domestically. And already, as alluded, also statistics showing that we are on the top 3 of the best performing provinces. So we want to continue just to make sure that we elevate. Some of the seasons we even elevate to position 1, which is what we want to maintain as a destination marketing agency. In terms of our programs, we continue with stakeholder, because that's where we interact with the private sector and the various sectors, youth, women in tourism, and also the industry, but more especially the previously disadvantaged communities, where we help them, to enter the market. And in terms of program 2, which is corporate services, we have planned to have the annual targets under skills development, because that is what we want to improve and make sure that all the people in marketing and also in the various sectors that support the marketing are also skilled well. So that is what they are going to do. There are a number of them which we have reduced them to the operational plans. In terms of the financial management, we have got an indicator to monitor the spend or the expenditure. We've got an indicator that deals with monitoring of payment of invoices. We've also have an indicator on procurement of the designate, both women, youth, and people living with disability. And here also, we have added 2. One, it's a procurement on black-owned enterprises, and another one is a procurement on military veterans. So it's those targets that we have added, in this new financial year. In terms of the integrated destination marketing, we still continue to make sure that our brand campaigns are above par, the marketing collaborations that we enter, and also the number of trade marketing platforms that are activated, and the SMMEs, especially your previously disadvantaged. We want to make sure that we help them to access or enhance the market. This is our new baby, the expanded mandate that was in the main dealt with under LEDA, but ourselves, we have been charged with the responsibility of making sure that we do destination investment and trade promotions. So we have put in targets of the number of trade export products that are promoted, and we've got an annual target of 4. The number of cross-border investment and trade promoted. We've got a target annually of 4 as well. We need to identify those platforms that will take the different segments of those trade exporters that are ready to go to the market, and we take them there. But we also elevated the issue of events. I think you may have seen we hosted in partnership Bafana Bafana game, here. And now they brought 2 more games, but we are looking into this over and above the advert that we have done of people coming with the different events that are being held in the various villages and townships. We have also elevated to make sure that we have those big ones that we host, which have got huge impact in the province. These are just the risks that we have identified, per program. Honorable Chairperson and members, which we want to make sure that we mitigate continuously, and we have segmented them in terms of the programs that we have, the 5 programs that we have shared with the committee. And in terms of the budget, as announced by the HOD from the department, the entity has been allocated a total of 102 million and 64. And we have then put them in terms of the different segments, under compensation of employees, goods and services in the various sections. And we also give an analysis of that budget. Integrated destination marketing is 20,779,000. Destination investment and trade promotions, the new baby. They said they wanted to start and look at what is it that we are going to present during the budget adjustment in terms of what we shall have achieved. So they started us there at 16 million. And then we also allocated, because it's a new program, a budget for appointment of personnel to the value of 2.3 million. And the overall increase of the previous budget is only 16%. That was as a result of the new program. And thanks very much, Honorable MEC and Honorable Chair and members. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members. I'm the last one of the day in terms of presentation by LEDA. I will try and be as succinct as possible. The presentation, we're going to just start with the fourth quarter report. I'm just going to go straight into the actual report for the quarter. We had 39 targets during this quarter, of which 21 of them have been achieved in full. 8 of them partially achieved, and 10 were not achieved during the period under review. We also illustrate through a pie chart, just show that they translate to about 54% of what has been achieved, and then 20% partially, and 26% not having been achieved for the period under review. The coming slide just illustrate the over the all the quarters, quarter 1, quarter 2, 3, and 4. As you see in the main, from quarter 2 to quarter 4, about 20 of the targets, which averaging 39 have been achieved through this period. The area where we didn't do well in our target were in regard to the beneficiation of minerals, as well as the agro processing project that we wanted to achieve for this period under review. And then the other part that we had a bit of a challenge, which is not a challenge per se because we have covered it. If you look at the top there, we also set ourselves that there might be something that we achieve on the fourth quarter regarding the investment opportunities, but those were already achieved in quarter 3 during the fourth installment of the investment conference, where we achieved the 120 billion of the targets against the budget of or a target of 30 billion. The other area in terms of export, there's a bit of challenge there. We just did 9.9 million against 150. And then on the area relating to the number of products that has been processed, that target has been achieved in terms of the ideation, where we set ourselves for the quarter under review, 9 and 22 has been achieved. And then our SEZs, both Musina Makado and Fatakumutubase couldn't achieve in terms of the expenditure of their budget for the period under review. So they've underachieved in that regard. The area where we also couldn't do well in terms of supporting SMMEs in terms of the loan funding, we set ourselves for the quarter a target of 10 million, only just over 2 million has been achieved. I must say, in terms of the non-financial support to the SMMEs, to the cooperatives, to business that are owner-managed by young people, as well as to the military veterans, we have exceeded the targets in that regard, including in terms of the number of business skills that we offered, that we have also exceeded in that regard. We also set ourselves that we need to get a bit more in terms of the lettable space in our property at our industrial park, gross lettable space, where we set ourselves a target of 80% and 85% has been exceeded. RESIMA, in terms of the number of home loans provided, just fell short by a few, where the target for fourth quarter was 4,077, and we did 3,999 in the quarter under review. But however, in terms of the rent value of those loans, the target was set at 18 million for quarter 4, and the target was exceeded. The other area in terms of the profitability, the percentage margins we have achieved, so as the turnover, as well as the return on investment from the agency point of view. New era, due to the challenges that have been faced, where new book or new premium cannot be written, it could not catch up in terms of the target that is set itself for the period under review, hence under performance. Also including the number, the value of premium, as well as the number of programs that they wanted to have done during the period under review. As you see, the target was 27 million, and just over 2 million was achieved for the reason of the suspension and withdrawal of the license. Again, we also measure the area in terms of the profitability. We have looking at the RESIMA in terms of rent value net profit, so as the return on investment were all achieved. And then GNT sustainability, we also measure it by the number of buses that should be on the road in terms of carrying the passengers. As you see, we had a targeted 2.75 million for the fourth quarter. Only 934,000 odd passengers were transported. And insofar as the profitability, for reasons that of not having enough fleet on the road, we couldn't be able to receive a better loss. The loss that we anticipated was 12.25, and we attained loss of 21 million. due to that reasons. And then insofar as the effectiveness of internal control through self-assessment, the target was 80, we achieved at 91.4%. And then the issue of governance is measured in number of areas. We look at, for the fourth quarter, the oversight by boards, all the targets associated with that for the period under review in the main has been achieved, other than the FIWA meeting insofar as the Credit and Investment Committee for the period for the fourth quarter, largely because of onboarding the new board that has entered into LEDA in December 2024. And then Executive Committee also the same reason. Number of annual general meetings, we still need to finalize that in the coming quarter. And then other internal audit reports, so as the monitoring and the evaluation from the enterprise risk management, those targets have been achieved. And other governance from human capital, so as the ethics and social, those have been approved. That is in respect of the fourth quarter. I will now jump into the annual performance plan for 2025-2026 financial year. So again here, I will try and be as concise as possible without going into other details in the presentation. I will try just to go and zoom on the specific key deliverable that we have set ourselves for the next 5 years, as well as for each and every year from the 2025-26 financial year. So in the main, for 5-year period, we are saying we have identified 9 strategic outcomes that we want to achieve throughout the year that is now beginning for this financial year, where we are saying our mandate required us to ensure that there is mineral beneficiation of projects in the province. Also in terms of agro processing, the continuation of the promotion of domestic and foreign direct investment in the province, creation of jobs as a result of all what we do in the agency and the group, and increased financing and support for enterprises, as well as housing finance. Others being the ensuring that we develop the necessary skills required for the provincial economy, and then we need to also attain positive audit outcome during this period and efficient economic development. Then straight into the outcome that I've just mentioned for this period, for a period of 5 years. In terms of mineral beneficiation, we are saying we are setting ourselves 4 targets, 4 projects that needs to be beneficiated. We explore the same 5 deposits for beneficiation, and then have to be beneficiated during the 5-year period. Agro-processing projects, we are saying we need to facilitate 13 agro-processing projects during the period under review, mainly in collaboration with the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, which have already started operating, working together following the signing of the MOU. Rand value of investments, this align again to the investment conference, the 600 billion rand over a period of 5 years. We are saying all what we do must also result in the jobs that get created. So in a period of 5 years, it's a new indicator. We are saying we need to create 200, contribute as leader to creation and preservation of 200 jobs in over a period of 5 years. Outcome 5, where we are looking at increased financing support to enterprises. We are looking at over 60 million in 5-year period. And then in terms of the local enterprises that implemented support, 200 over a 2-year cycle as a baseline, and then we're looking at supporting 400 enterprises over a period of 5 years, and also facilitated in terms of businesses that are owner managed by young people from a funding point of view, 350 enterprises by young people and 155 enterprises owned by military veterans. And then we also added new targets in terms of a targeted group, where we are saying in all we do, particularly in respect to procurement, 40% should go to women, youth 30%, people with disabilities 7%, and military veterans at 2%. From a housing point of view, for 5-year period, we say we need to have approved an amount of 600 million. And then in terms of number of skills programs to implement, which is a new target, we're looking at implementing 12 skills program, and 7 business skills and 5 technical skills programs during the period of 5 years. And then also we're looking at supporting and training 37,000 beneficiaries during this 5-year medium-term period. And then also looking from an audit outcome, we are saying we need to have achieved a clean audit by the time the 5-year comes. And the number of passengers by Great North Transport, in the next 5 years, we are saying we need to have transported 29 million passengers. And then from a new era, we are looking at achieving 95% net combined ratio, provided that we are able to win our case in terms of the reinstatement of the license. And then the other outcome 9 that looks at efficiency, again we need to ensure that we have got a positive ratios in all respect in LCX, RECIMA, CMR, FETOCOM towards MMSEZ. We are looking at them, the SEZ more in terms of spending. That each and every year as a base, they must spend as 95% of the budget that have been allocated. As you know, the baseline, we had some challenges in that regard. And in terms of the percentage of the rental income collected, we are saying for all that we have built, we need to collect 75% as a base or as a minimum. And then also looking at the, from a loan point of view, at 75% with regard to the collection going forward during the period of 5 years. So just then zooming into the period to period in terms of a year, when we look at 2025, 2026 of the same target of the mineral beneficiation, we're looking at 2 for the period, agro-processing 2 as well. Investments, which is investment conference in installment 5 that is starting coming up now in October, the 30th and the 31st. We would like to have achieved 120 billion rand worth of pledges for this period under review. And then we are saying that now, while we are looking at 200,000 jobs in 5 years, for this year under review, our activities within the group should contribute to creating 25,000 jobs. And in terms of rent value for the loans for the period 2025-26, we're looking at 6 million. The number of enterprises to be supported, 200. And then young people, 50, military veterans, 25. And then also make sure that no procurement goes to those designated groups of women, youth, and military veterans in the percentage that are similar to the percentage for each year over a period of 5 years. In terms of loans towards, from a housing point of view, through RECIMA, we are looking at approving 100 million for this period under review. And then training skills, we need to implement 12 skills program, 7 business training and 5 training for this period under review. A number of beneficiaries on the business skills and technical skills, we are looking at 7,300 for 2025, 2026. And then we are hoping to, or working towards achieving a unqualified audit outcome for this period under review. And then in terms of GNT.
Sorry? I don't know. I'm not confused. But I think that maybe for the purpose of time, so to
I know that this is the umbrella of various subsidiaries. And when you check when he was presenting, he was repeating already what the HOD and other subsidiaries have already presented. I don't know now should we be assisted, because I understand that this is a coordinating structure for this particular subsidiary, and the exact issue that we want to interchange. Because the purpose of this committee is to resolve problems, but also to assist them. For the purpose of this, can't we get what you call those subsidiaries? Can we get those subsidiaries for them to make presentation, or in as much as he's presenting, let him because you know what is confusing me is the fact that he's repeating on what others have already reported, and to get the gist, the understanding of what is happening in a particular subsidiary. It then means that, for a typical example, if we want to understand how did Messina Mercado SCZ achieved, we'll get the details from the Messina Mercado. So LEDA, I understand, and it's something that I think we are going to debate about it at the time when you give us an opportunity. But for now, I was saying that let's not repeat, but I understand that is their role because it's the umbrella. But let's not repeat much on what these other subsidiaries have already reported. For the purpose of time, I don't know whether you catch me. Groups. Yeah, yeah.
So it sounds that it's repeating because, I mean, the entities, some of the things that the entities are doing, it looks the same. But if we stop, then we can't get the whole information. So let's just leave it as it is, how they prepared it, because these are the reports that we have received before, you understand? So that is why I said, let's give them time to finish all the report. Then whatever that we want, I mean, your time is still coming. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of the outcome 9 efficiency, again, the sustainability of GNT, we are looking at transporting 5.8 passengers for this period under review. And then the next one, this one also just look at, in terms of financial returns, in terms of ratios, that is key for us to see the level of sustainability per each of the entities within the group, NAIL, New Era Life, LCX, Resima, CMR, Fetokomutubatse, MMSEZ. Because Fetokomutubatse and MMSEZ, they are still really at an early phase of growth. We only going to be measuring largely in terms of the level of money that is spent into the economy. And then the last one relates to the area of collection, both in terms of rental and loans, where we are saying 75% of both needs to be collected for the period under review. We have also looked at the risk associated to each outcome. I would not really go into detail, so we identify those risks and what are the mitigating factors per particular outcome to be able to address the challenges that we face in us having to achieve the outcome that we have set ourselves for this period. And then lastly is the budget. As LEDA, the budget of LEDA comes from each individual subsidiary and the LEDA agency. What we have been allocated for this period under review is a budget of 207 million, which include VAT. Less VAT is 180 million. And then that budget largely relating to cover the developmental mandate for LEDA for the period under review. And then let's see on top the largest chunk of the revenue that we have budgeted comes from the intake of passengers from GNT, if all the buses will be on the road. And then if you look at the end, right at net profit that we're anticipating for the period, we're looking at a loss of 132 on a consolidated basis for the group, largely driven by challenges at LEDA agency in terms of not generating sufficient revenue, at Great North Transport, at New Era Life, as well as Limpopo Connection, as indicated in the narrative that we have provided. We have also, during the time of budgeting, just included some of the budgeting pressures that we have, totaling 532 million, which is made up of our various entities. This slide just gives a breakdown for the benefit of the honorable members of each area where the total of the budget process is coming from, in terms of what we have as LEDA. So in a nutshell, I hereby submit the performance plan and the budget for LEDA for 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think, as you might have seen from LEDET, LGB, LTA, in terms of achievements and challenges in relation to LEDA as an entity, we submit that part of what the portfolio committee must consider is the issues around GNT in terms of repurposing of the budget to deal with the budget pressures. Thank you very much.
Okay. No. Thank you very much, MEC, for the presentations. Honorable members, these were the briefing by the department with the fourth quarter and the APP. Let me hand over to honorable members. Yeah? I can start with you, it's fine. Can start with you, then Honorable Munisi, Honorable Majomani, Kuba, everyone. Okay. Honorable Smani.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Thank you, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair. My appreciation for a very comprehensive documentation that was sent to our portfolio committee, which not necessarily got the full attention here today, but highlights maybe certain concerns towards that. And some of the issues that I did pick up, Honorable Chair, is some of the numbers that the HUD reported on that didn't correspond with what LEDA, for instance, said. And I'm going to give you a quick example. The number of buses, the number of commuters that GNT transported dropped to 2.1 million. I think for the annual, that was in your HUD in your report. And on the LEDA report, we are saying that the output was actually 6.8, hoping to get to the outcome of the outer year of the 5-year thing. I can't remember how many million, but it was 6.8 million. And it's those type of numberings that is, for me, a little bit confusion. But let me just maybe deal with some of the biggest concerns that I've got today and leave some maybe for another day, Honourable Chair. If I look at the LEDA summary group of pressures and risk profiles of operationals or urgent priority financial needs that is outstanding, and that's the 365 million rand that I'm making reference to. And it's not clear in today's discussions if that 365 million is actually being met or will be met. I couldn't get that. The liabilities of G&T is 83.7 million. I'm just reading it on the chart that was given to us. New Era is it would seem about 18.4 on capital, LSX, and the FTIP as well in agribusiness. So I'm not so sure if those are being met in the budget. That's question one. Question two, the 100 million rand that was allocated to Great North Transport to allocate buses that wasn't bought in the previous round, the previous financial year, not this one, the previous one. It wasn't bought. Did that money go towards the operational expenditure to make sure that, it would seem from the reports, to make sure that we deal with the liquidity of G&T? And if so, was approval given by Provincial Treasury, because that was a specific allocation for buses? So was approval given? And if approval was given, then I would ask that the committee would be given that approval letter from Treasury where the application went through, just to make sure that that was done. If I look at Great North Transport lease agreements that has been entered into the new with the 3 companies that are doing business with G&T, the contracts are for 12 months, and by the 9th month, if you didn't allocate the attention to stop the contract, you will enter into automatically another 48 months, bringing the lease agreements to a 5-year lease agreement. That is the contracts. That was also confirmed by one of your other sister departments, Honorable MEC. I am asking this question, taking into account that you're getting a bailout for Great North Transport, and hopefully the buses, or the 100 buses or 120 buses or whatever that number will be at the end, with the refurbishment, with all of those things, that those things are already actually happening. The paper, the first advertisement, the bid, all of those processes are already happening. So when the money lands into your group's account, that you actually can start paying for it in, say, in August or November. Have you notified any of your 3 lease companies to say that you intend to stop the contracts in the first 12 months? If you are not doing that, my question would be, which new bus routes will the new buses then fulfill, taking into account you bringing in the number of leases that you've got? So that is a twofold question on that. With regards to New Era and where we are with the obligations, or the responsibilities according to the New Era, where you find out yourself out. It says that any assets or liabilities or any business cannot be passed on to a new business without the approval of the PA. Question 2 will then be, has any business of New Era been transferred to a third entity? And if so, the question would be, to which entity has it been transferred to? And has any business been transferred to Insure Easy Brokers? And I will say to you why, and so that the members around me understand my question. Insure Easy Brokers has got a name of a director of the same name as your CEO. Your CEO is the director of that company. And therefore, I would ask if Insure Easy Brokers, I'm asking in the space where we find ourselves, has any business been transferred to that? Because your Mr., if I'm right, just to get Mr. Mutseki is the director of that company. So I will leave it there, because if business has been transferred to HOD, it will require you to do your normal internal process of, I don't want you to deal within that confirming. I'm just asking if you can confirm if any business has been transferred to that. If you can't confirm, obviously you can always come back to the committee and reconfirm the information. That is on that part that I wanted to say to you. With reference to the increased levy of LGB, and I do appreciate the gambling board doing well. Is that because we are seeing a appetite for increased gambling? Because it's a levy that you pay. It's most depending on the turnovers of gambling that you did. Is that because there's an appetite for more gambling in Limpopo, that we are finding that there's an increased payment? And if it is so, because one of the remarks that you said, we don't want to create that culture of gambling. We wanted to see it as a sort of a leisure activity, and because then it speaks to your compliance and your law enforcement budgets. I've noted to the previous years that it has not gone up, HOD. It's actually decreased in that segment. And my question would be, why hasn't it gone up like other department entities, but why have we actually seen a decrease in those two programs of budget allocations? What was the argument for that? The 9,040 liquor sites that have been inspected, although that I appreciate that, how many, what are the actual number of liquor sites in Limpopo? For me is just to see, are you able to get to 100% of your liquor sites, or are you getting 20% of the liquor sites? It's 9,000 of what? So if someone can give us an explanation around that. My last question, I'm going to leave the rest. If my committee members doesn't ask, I'll come back, Chair. Your infrastructure programs under LEDET that is being supported through DBSA. DBSA does number of type of supports, from a financial support to a, let's call it a consulting support of view. I'm trying to understand what is the role that DBSA is playing in that, in your comments, HOD, so I can just understand that better. Honourable Chair, I'm going to allow other members to ask if there's maybe one or two pressing questions. I'll maybe come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the House. My first comment is that, Chairperson, maybe we should look at, you should look at requesting 2 days for our committee. This committee, everybody must understand, is big. We should be allocated 2 days so that we are able to divide them and we deal with all the issues fairly, because the way the marathon is, you get tired before you can even start talking, which is not fine. Number 2, I just want to welcome the report as well as welcome the decision taken by the MEC on GNT. We really appreciate that. If you remember, in one of our portfolio committee, one of the members said it, some of the faces, we don't need them anymore. And it was not like we are just saying for the sake of saying, it's because we have already realized there are serious issues in the GNT. So that decision of suspension of that team, it's mostly warmly welcome. And it augurs well with an attitude that says, when you arrive in a situation or in an institution or organization, unless if everything is fine, if not, you ruffle the feathers and bend the benches. Otherwise, you won't go anywhere. So for now, we can believe as a portfolio committee, maybe we will go somewhere with you. My first question, it's not even a question, I haven't yet started with the question. Let me also comment on the issue of LEDA sustaining itself. When the CEO was presenting, unless if it's my own interpretation, the language of the total budget, and then when you remove the VAT, this is what is left. I just felt, you know, when you are given food and you look at the meat and you say, I think that's where he is. But we want to put it clearly to say, honestly speaking, we believe that LEDA, if it's led well, has got the capacity not to ask for any budget from the department, not even a cent. We'll actually be happy if we'll be told next financial year, or you are still working on it, maybe that, but within our administration, which is the 7th administration, LEDA should be able to sustain itself from the dividends that comes from the subsidiaries, not requesting money from anywhere, so that we have got more rands that we can use on other institutions that need total funding. But LEDA has got the capacity, honestly speaking, if it's well managed. I will tell you why. The problems start where we even target less than what we're supposed to target. Example is the collection on rental of the properties. The target is 72, if I'm not mistaken, if not 76. The question that came to my mind when I read that, it's why not the target 100? We are from the beginning, this is the beginning of the financial year, we are still on the first quarter. So it means we are planning to do less. So we are allowing actually that there will be tenants that will be allowed to work from the properties without paying rent, which is not on, because that rent is needed. So I think we should have that in mind to say we need to collect everything that is due to us. So I start with the question. Question number one, I just want to check if the department, you know, I've been listening to all the reports, or I've been read all these reports, and the bigger question that comes is that we have got projects, catalytic projects, which if they are implemented, we can be able, as the province, to change the structure or the picture of the economy. If you want me to mention some, we have been talking about MMSEZ and others, just to save time. Do we really have a plan to ensure that our talking one day brings something that will be able to show in the 7th administration, this is how we change the economy? A sub-question to that, you know, we have the investment conference, which was not for the first time. Have we, or now as we speak, do we have a plan? Do we have a plan to convert the pledges into actual projects that will create jobs and change the economy? Do we have that as a plan, which it can be shared with? This is how we are going to work on until all those billions that have been pledged are realized as actual projects, which will contribute so much into the economic growth of this province. Number two, if you check very well the budget for LEDA and on the integrated economic development services, you check what is written on the APP, it differs from the speech of the MEC, the figures. Was it as a result of the rereading? Because it might happen that maybe the MEC did not say there are changes here and there, and then meanwhile it was changed, but the figures are not the same. Another question is that how will the department ensure that the procurement budget benefit the targeted groups that are from Limpopo and operating in this province? There is a table that shows how the targets are done, the summary that we had on our own site. That table indicated to us, when we do analysis, indicate to us, I think it's LEDET, LEDA. There are three actually. Did not target to do anything about the previously disadvantaged, the benefit of the previously disadvantaged groups, black businesses. It's only LTA, I can't remember LTA and what, that said something about that. We really appreciate what is already done with regard to ERA situation. And then we hope that when we are talking about consequence management on what actually happened or who led to the situation, we are not just saying it, because Akiri, one word saying consequence management might mean something which we might not or the case does not really deserve something serious, which we might not even want maybe to deal with. Another discrepancy that I have noted, I don't know what will be the reason. I think it's what's on the presentation by the HOD. That table that showed a target, annual target, it shows the achievement for the fourth quarter. There is somewhere you will indicate an annual target in percentage, says 100% achievement in numbers, and the other column in numbers. It might be a mistake, it might be deliberate, so that because you will lose if the target was not met. If the target is speaking in percentage, but when you report in numbers, it will never give the real picture that we would want to see. If it's percentage, it must be percentage throughout. That's how I understand, but I stand to be corrected. I would want to speak about beneficiation. Beneficiation has become a buzzword. We have got a lot of mining activities in Limpopo, and we have been talking about beneficiation. And I want to tell you what makes me not to be confident when we talk about this matter. Small projects that needed beneficiation, more than 20 years, we are unable to achieve that. If we have done it, this portfolio committee will appreciate that information, so that we go there and do our oversight, see it by our own as we are. Here we have been. I will give you a simple example, Marula Festival. Marula Festival, let me give you a privileged information. I'm the only surviving signatory to the original MOU of Marula Festival. The only surviving. The others, may their soul rest in peace. Beneficiation was spoken at the initiation. 20 years or more than 20 years later, we still, I don't know if it's there. You should be able to assist me so that I see it. I don't see beneficiation. I see buying of mukumba from somewhere, bringing to the festival. I see jive. We just dance and jive. But the initial plan was that it was to allow marula to be harvested. We're supposed to be having a hub by now, where we will have our local people, where they will show us how they are making beer. Marula cream or marula, whatever that drink, you know it. The creams and the soaps and the what. But it has to go somewhere, Cape Town, and comes back into Limpopo. You buy marula beer, it's expensive. If you even here, if I'm mistaken, this portfolio committee will have to be led to this hub where we will see these things. I'm just mentioning a little, which already is more than 20 years, but no achievement of what exactly we're supposed to do. It was not about jiving when these things started. It was about beneficiation of the marula fruit. It's a homework. Show me where we have these things, where we are doing it, so that we can go there and be able to see beneficiation of marula fruit. Lastly, because I want to leave the rest for the others, if they don't ask like Smali, I will come back. Staffing of Fitacom as opposed to MMSEZ. I just want to cautionize the department. don't allow history to repeat itself. Because there, I heard the HOD saying, waiting for the license to show Kune, we have won, it's an it's an SEZ. In Musina, I was not here, but it looks like after receiving the license, we came up with a structure, appointed people, earning salaries every month. What can we show today? Heaps of rocks, rubble. Somebody took rubble from somewhere or dig the mountain, take those stones with trucks, put them there on the land and leave some old machinery, yellow equipment. I don't know where those who did not want to use it anymore, they gave this person from this department to go and dump them there. Tina, when we went there, that's what we saw, heaps of rocks. So, I was impressed with Fitako Mutuvas, but I'm just cautioning you. Getting the license does not mean everything. Everybody must be in the structure. It must go gradually. We just need people now to deal with, I mean, what should have supposed to happen there? We need 3 people only to deal with the acquiring of the land. Then step by step, you get everybody 40-something. These people are earning, but they are earning for the rocks that are dumped there. We don't even know how to explain this to our communities. Let me rest my case here for a minute.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and greetings to the MEC and everybody who's in today. Chairperson, I want to align myself with Honorable Minister on the issue of applauding the board of GNT and also the MEC for the swift decision they've taken to suspend the trio, the management of GNT. In order to be assisted as the government of Limpopo, we need people who are equal to the task. People who will be able to account and monitor each and every situation in the province. MEC, we also want people who are part of the brightest crayons in the box. Those who will be able to make sure that Limpopo is brighter and brighter. And I'm sure other board members from other entities had a learning curve from the GNT that we need not to take long if some things are not right. We should not be having the situation of Musina Makado strategy. If we should have got a board that is similar to GNT. Other issues have been raised by the 2 honorable members. I just have got 3 questions. The first one is the update on the payment of the pensioners of the beneficiaries of the GNT. Just an update, because it's a cry all over when you travel around the province. We've got beneficiaries who didn't receive their pensioners. And it's safe to say, Chairperson, I've got a neighbor who is affected by this scenario. The other question is also on the issue of sand mining. The issue of sand mining need to be treated with care. We've got our own people, small business people, who are living with this type of business. They need to be assisted as urgently as possible, MEC, because if we don't do this urgently, We are heading towards the elections next year, 2026, local government elections. This will affect us directly, all of us. And the last one is the issue of, I want to check the factors that are considered when issuing out a liquor license. I want to cite an example, like in my village. You'll find that there is a tavern. 100 meters again, there's a tavern. So that is why I want to check what are the factors considered when issuing out the license. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, MEC. And we are appreciating the reports from our officials. MEC, some of the issues were raised. I just want to raise one or two issues. That MEC, we are welcoming the decision on the GNT. There is a light, or we want to work for this, for the community of this Limpopo. But the MEC, we are happy that the Messina Mercado will be supported financially and being given the budget so to continue with the infrastructure that we are doing. But the board must assist you to investigate what was happening in the last years. Messina Mercado has been budgeted. Let's just work. We must just investigate what was been doing there. There are areas, MEC, especially in towns where a leader was earmarking to build some infrastructure, and it was left empty for some time. So our Maroshi have just taken those land or taken the advantages and allocate stand. So my question will be, what are we doing? Why can't we just have an audit on those lands? There are land that can assist the department to generate money. So let's have an audit with all those empty land or empty stand. MEC, there is this thing that is painful, like the sand mining. It's very painful. We all aware that these people, they are just mining for just a small amount of money. But the sand, 600 per load, just no survive. How are we assisting them to register? We must just assist them to register and avoid the harassment from the police. Those people have been harassed by our police, and I don't want to raise other issues that was being raised. I think I'm fine where I am until we can give a chance to come back. Thank you.
Chairperson, really nagi join a chorus. Yeah, the honorable members. Kaya basiji ba bujishije di pujisu. Keo ke khola gore leta fari karabo. You'll give answers as expected by the honorable chairperson. Something that is outside the report being presented. I hope that you'll just brief us in terms of your visit to China, because I saw you were there in Shenzhen. In Shenzhen, because my belief is that when you go to those progressive or developed countries, you will come with nice things. So that Chaba se sa thulare se sa mo Limpopo a slow sokola, because the purpose of that visit probably is centered around economic development, and which we hope that China, as it is as a developed nation, will greatly invest in our province so that we see good things. Back to what has been presented, Honorable Chairperson and the MEC, is that the group CEO was in actual fact, the group CEO, if I'm not mistaken, was presenting, and I even said that is repeating what other subsidiaries to a particular extent have reported about. And then now, my little understanding of him is that we've got many CEO in these subsidiaries. And somewhere, somehow, in one way or the other, these subsidiaries, you are able to coordinate them so that they give you report on their progress insofar as their scope of work is concerned. Now, my little worry is that from time to time when we come here, there is a culture which I don't think is wrong, that each and every institution, I want to give you an example with Limpopo Tourism Agency. They will come and present, and thereafter a particular body will come, for example, and present on top of what the tourism agency has presented, which I think, to me, politically, I see a serious challenge. Why? Because in my little understanding, which I hope that you will clarify, is that in as much as these subsidiaries that are coordinated, they will duly give the report to those that are central, so that at a particular stage, be able to present their report. And I'm very much worried. I'm saying this because if I were to give you an example, MEC, of GNT, and part of, do not think that where I am, GNT should be at this current state where it is today. If a particular body, a leader, it is there to monitor. Because one of the managers which, when they were acknowledging themselves, is responsible, I think it's my friend, responsible for monitoring and evaluation. And obviously when you monitor and evaluate, you monitor the performance of these entities or subsidiaries that are there. And amongst those subsidiaries is the GNT. And unfortunately, he's just appointed, and I know he's from the Premier's office. Probably that I'm still coming to tourism, especially. Yeah, I'm still coming to tourism. Yeah, I was saying that because he will be monitoring every aspect of these subsidiaries, whether they are performing very well in this particular. But it appears as if another body does not enter to another subsidiary, which I don't think you as a school genius, understanding the administration, you'll allow that to happen. Because from my little corner of the information that I get, or I got, is the fact that you find that a group CEO does not in actual fact go or understand the gist of what is happening in the LTA, which caused the problem. Because now, if we were to make that example of GNT, it was, I don't think that if we have suspended the what do you call, those CEO or management, why do you have to suspend them in the presence of this particular body which is responsible to monitor whether these subsidiaries are working? I'm just giving this scenario so that going forward you'll be able to assist in that regard, because we do not want a situation where we consume a lot of time. GNT, they've presented, I think, LTA, they've presented, and again, this body come and repeat. And if we want to understand what is happening, that is why from time to time, we call all these subsidiaries, we call LTA, we call GNT, come and present. This is one, so that we get understanding of what is actually happening within their scope of work. I think, Honorable MEC, even when they were presenting, one of the arguments that I was sharing with the Honorable Chairperson for Treasury, who's also a member of this committee, was that they're saying they've accumulated or collected revenue 75%, especially on rental. And the question remains, if we are to say, if they've collected 75% of revenue, against what? Against what? What is it that you can measure to say, no, this is what is being collected, and for what purpose against? Because we've got a lot of properties, which I hope and I hope and believe that sitting where we are, we should be in a position to know the exact number of the properties which we have, especially as leader in the whole province. Because we are told that some of the properties are in Mpumalanga, if I'm not mistaken. When we speak about this 75%, are we including the number of the properties which are in Mpumalanga, the number of properties which are in Linyenye? Because I know in Linyenye, I don't think that anybody has ever built. Those are the property. We call it even industrial, industrial. Those are the properties of LEDA. Are we counting them? I'm saying this because we might not be in a position to have the accurate number of these particular properties, which might warrant all of you to go and conduct audit to know the exact number in that regard. So that when you collect rent, you know that you are collecting rent from all over. Because there are those that are not in actual fact paying rent. We went there in Nkwanko. In Linyenye is west. Something, an information which is not provided. But I know those properties have been constructed or built exactly the same like these ones of Seshego. So there is no way in which those properties, they can belong to an individual. But individuals took an advantage and they are using that. And the question remains, are we aware of, in as much as we are aware, are we collecting rent from those properties? So this 75%, maybe we'll get clarity. But in my understanding, is that I don't think this 75% is accurate. I'm convinced that is accurate. But most importantly, is that this and other industrial parks that we have already conducted an oversight visit, Honorable MEC, they need to be refurbished. We must refurbish, we must maintain them. So that where those that are dilapidated, those that are not working, we should be able, for the purpose of revenue generation, be able to refurbish them and get people to rent, so that we can improve the finance of this particular province. On tourism, I know the phone was telling us that turn right. It shows that some are tourists because they don't know the exact location. We're congested here. The LTA has been compromised by poor roads and infrastructure. And that also brings us something that this entity called GAL is not falling within this department. But for the purpose of economic development, there is in no way in which Limpopo tourism cannot demand the urgent establishment or the urgent refurbishment of the very same airport that we have, especially looking at the airport here in Polokwane and Hoedspruit. In as much as they are compromised, Limpopo Tourism Agency should be in a position to demand, because most of the tourists, I hope and believe that they are not driving, they are flying. And those that are flying, they are from outside, and which they are having a lot of nice cash, and they can assist in terms of revenue generation in our province. But the problem that we are having GAL which is characterized by leadership that is incompetent, characterized by leadership that does not know what to do, whereas they are in top of these positions. A debate for another day, because we might not necessarily be 100% venture into. But what is critical is that the airport could assist us to improve the economy of this particular province. And there is no way in which we can speak about provincial. But by look of things, MEC, I went there to accompany my wife. I went here in Polokwane Airport around 7. She was supposed to catch the flight of 7, 8 o'clock. When I arrived there, I just saw the security. Lucky enough, they don't read the newspapers. They should have heard that no, it's Honorable Salan, Dr. Chair Salan. But unfortunately, they don't know. They don't know us. They were having a book, registering people in a book, and I just passed, and they could not even question me. Those that are out the other side, when I was supposed to go out, they wanted a sleep. I said, no, they didn't give me that side. I'm just giving you this scenario to understand the security measures of that. The question that will be posed in that scenario, whether do we have a GAL that will make this particular province to be economically viable? The answer is no. Because it shows our management or leadership ya go MEC. They are interested in any salary. Because salary is unlike in a department. Modi entity no challenge. And most these people are flooded there who do not understand these aviation issues, and which cause a problem. Perhaps MEC, when you are meeting in your own ESCO, you might there is a need, because we can't allow that girl to be the way it is continuously. I mean, by now we're supposed to have what you call the malls. I mean, the malls. You see what is happening in Johannesburg. Tourism. That's what tourism should demand. By now we should have hotel. The Intercontinental Hotel, for example, here. With 5 or 6 star hotel. That tourists can come and sleep here and take flight and go to Woodspruit. And the very same Woodspruit must have the same thing. But unfortunately, we are compromised by the leadership there. If we do not have capacity as government, why can't we partner with the private sector? We must partner with the private sector. People who have, and private sector, obviously will not want these ones who are taking chances from here to. I'm allergic to speak about China, where you come from. Let's look at those that are in Dubai there. How they've developed Dubai within a reasonable time. Are they not having what interest in terms of investment? Something that we can even say that they can even lease that thing. Let them lease that thing for a reasonable period of time so that it can be transferred to the state to own it. Because look on, I know many resolutions. I was serving in the Department of Transport. This book, I think, is for the previous administration. That thing called GAL, it will assist greatly for economic development of this particular province. If we are to partner, we are to lease, we are to give capable people to run that thing. It have right, Honorable MEC. With your ESCO, let's try it and see whether it's doable or not. Consequence management. My chairperson here, Honorable Masek, Solomon Piedi. There were members of Treasury who were sitting here. And, you know, we even challenged them. We took them to task. Because the manner in which the consequence management framework, we told them that it has got serious loopholes. They must go and review it. Because they did acknowledge or no, the consequence management framework, where people who are liable, who are found wanting, they should be, in actual fact, been taken to books. But the problem, why it's so important to speak about this thing, the secondment issue, Honorable Marenga, are happening in LEDET on this department. Oh, you got one secondment. Secondment, I know that those who are CFO in a municipality, they run away from their scandals. They go, some of them, they go to treasure. And little did I know that when I was talking, some of those managers were sitting here, those who are affected by the scandal. The question of national secondment scandal, which has got a serious, wrong and deep root in our province. I mean, because it's not us who said Chesalane stole is affected by this irregular expenditure and he must be charged. But you know what do? We take Chesalane to say, hey, no. Hey, more fisher mo. Tamaya uyo kwa mining corridor. Uyo udule na we get. Ujagabut. So that you abdicate yourself from a responsibility. So that the issue of consequence management will not be fully implemented. And I'm saying that, you know, this proposal I've made it to Treasury to say, if these people we know that they've committed irregular whatsoever, they are found wrong, why are we in actual fact taking them to corridor mine to Limpopo Tourism Agency? Why are we doing that? It's a problem that we are having, especially in the Limpopo Department for Economic Development, especially in these particular subsidiaries, that we are rotating corrupt elements. Why would you see, oh, yeah, Limpopo Tourism Agency, we mining corridor? Maria, say about this person, hey, there is a lot of report about him. Oh, there is a lot of report about him. Mara, this person, I'm for positioning. The problem there is this thing of rotating corruption and national secondment, which is a scandal. MEC, kakopo le chair, unless if I'm not representing you well. Ke khopela hore ge motho re tseba le hore no o ne le kgodunyana. Togela no motjela mo isa go go. Why le sonye le motjela mo isa go go? Le mo isa jang because o sonye a arabe le karabo tša gagwe mo a hirulwe go. That's my submission. And the last one is this thing Genti. Somebody was even telling me that le crutch a iberika mgo. Crutches so advanced. Ntwele o kra le re patela batho ba ba le pension re ba patela go re ba patela from Messina. Pension ya o Messina. E bogodi ke be bontsi ka kwa Genti. No, it was bound to collapse, Honorable Chair. Driver o tsamaya le tšhelete. Ya o sepela le tšhelete ya gae. Where there is no tracking system to show that this person can pay, things must be turned around, MEC. Let's have a new system which is centralized so that you have an accurate information. All these pensioners need to be paid. I agree they were toying, the MEC was there. And we even told them that they must be given their pensions. Let's get update as to how far are we in terms of payment, but let's centralize this information. Trabaya de basi ko ka mo le bulong go ntshitse go na mo asiona. The bus tse di dutse kwa lenyenye ke bile ka baka ja video Honorable Chairperson ka le romela. The bus tse di dutse kwa nkwa tse dintsi. Why are they there? Why le sa di ka di simo tshwana? Le di ka di se le re chelete no le ge ka ba 50 rand it's fine. Because those buses are so many di dutse and a di bereke. E re ska tsinya nako ke alawe ba bang ke a lebo.
Ke a leboga. Honorable Chair, ke ga le bosela. The Nair Kifitishemala to yourself as well as the MEC. It's just unfortunate that coming after Honorable Dr. Cheslan, is a daunting task because he took everything. Nevertheless, we'll do the submissions. On the, just now, to start with the first one, Honorable Chair, MEC. I've seen that the LEDET itself, when it did the presentation, it covered almost all the scopes for other subsidiaries that were making presentation, almost. So I'll just dwell much on what the HOD has presented, which will also crisscross over other subsidiaries as well. On this GNT, I think they've said enough. The only thing that worries me is that when we do the presentation, we don't want to spell out specifically challenges that we experience on daily operations. I know that we cannot go to every specific challenges, but it's always important to take us through so that we can build confidence on the changes that we're talking about. Not even forgetting to appreciate that maybe after the suspension of those who might have not performed well, that may also bring hope and changes to the entity. We have also made submission on the very same GNT, which is exactly what Honorable Slan was talking about, on how the collection is done, the bus fares. Honorable MEC, if you go back and monitor those who are driving the Leboa bus services. All of them are having restaurants. Banal di shopo ka makabon. The reason being that they always had cash in their pockets. So if you are to go and make lifestyle audit of your drivers on the GNT, you might also be surprised that, hey, the people are empowering themselves. I remember the chairperson emphasizing the issue of, is it vending machine? Something like that, it must go electronic when you do the collections of the money. Because in the form of cash, they can think differently. I hope you understand my submission, Honorable MEC, that the collection on the bus fares, let's help our people not to turn them into thieves, whereas some maybe were not in that space. Let me go on the challenges on the achievement of targets, particularly on the zero targets on the procurement and employment when coming to the disabilities and as well as women. I think once a department or entity puts up a target, it's not just a matter of putting target and wait for the outcome, and you get surprised at the end of the day when you have not achieved, because it needs more push in order to achieve that one. I'm raising this because if you go to Elena Franz Special School, almost everyone else there, all the learners, including even those who were there before, are the disabled group. But you come to the target, you say, you haven't achieved that because you can't find them, HOD. I'm not blaming anyone. Let me first acknowledge and accept the presentations. Maybe you'll understand me when I move further that I'm not negative, but I'm saying, let us do more on that one. On the issue of the sponsors, Honorable MEC, I think on section 22 of the Constitution, which states that only South Africans have the right to engage in small businesses ownerships, whereas foreigners are not granted this privilege to have that, except if a foreigner is having a 4 million and plus, that can show on a balance sheet that then that person who is also legal in the country can engage into that space. I think that is where we are empowered by legislation to run on that. The reason why I'm raising this MEC is because I've seen, yes, we've moved around trying to make our people to have permits over the spaza shops, which was triggered by the food poisoning that many of us were affected. But the question is it over? Because if you go to the very same spaza shops, those who are running them are not those who have registered them. What limitations do we have that is really stopping us to go further and find out what are the arrangements between the spaza shop owner as well as those who might have leased? Or are we limited by a legislation that we cannot go beyond? This is where we're ending. In other words, there are no changes when coming to the spaza shop in terms of the ownership. Those who are running them are the same people, but our people, we have seen many of them going out to make sure that they register. We know on the other side, it also helps them to have an earning out of that. But the question is, the challenges or the problem that we're facing with this food poisoning, will it stop because our people are having permits? Or same people will still continue the same practice? That is the question that I'm also asking myself. I think the beneficiation, Honorable Minister spoke much about it. But I want to touch also on because I wanted to go to this one of the Marula Festival, that I think it must really, under your vice chair, MEC, to make sure that it takes its actual shape. You know, which I will also combine this one with the hijacking of the buildings. In Blowback, at El Dorado, there is a structure that was built precisely for that purpose. I will take you, MEC, when you have space around Good Fridays, to that area. There is a village called Marule or Lurule. You can see that the name suggests. The name tells why is it called Lurule. And indeed, the place is full of marula trees. And instead of that, exactly what Honorable Minister was saying, to make sure that we start our own things out of our natural gifts, we are failing, honorable members. We're really failing. When you were giving an example of Dubai, MEC, I think you know that Dubai is not a country. Dubai is a town. And Dubai is a desert. You are lucky because of the God-given land, it's not a desert. And with the natural trees that we have, but we fail to do very small things. I think your younger or your son, Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso, the young man who makes changes every day. With our budgets that we have, but I know I've got hope and believe in your chair, Honorable MEC. I'm sorry to confuse the chair, and you know why. That we want to see changes. You know, I will always run with this example that I always give, that you see, Honorable MEC, there is a budget allocated. Two things must happen. Either the budget comes back or we see changes. I hope I'm making sense, practical sense. The budget has been allocated. The reason why I'm raising this, I'm going straight to MMSEZ. Were there. I will not repeat what they said. But you know, I thought we were still driving MEC. I thought we were still going to where things are happening. The reason why I thought we were still going to the place was that it has been said many years by the Premier when it was launched, and almost every year during the allocation, the Masina Makato SEZ was mentioned with the appropriations. But when I went there, I was even told that the rocks that you see here is also another mulatto, because we're mined in another private farm. And the owner has also taken the department to court because it was not agreed upon when it was done. Chaos. I mean, I know it's coming from other past administrations. But with I even told the chairperson of the board, I think he's here. And I asked, yeah, he's here. I said, I don't think next time because you are saying no, the rezoning, even the land has been allocated and everything, there will be no other stories. My lady is there at the back as well with the chairperson. I think they've made a commitment that when you come here, we'll find a different story altogether. Currently, we don't have any story to tell. You know, people when are asking, you just evade the question. Because what will we tell? We're there. We have seen the dumped excavators. If really those excavators were working, there was no way in which we will find them without even a security. You know, excavator is a very important machinery. You can't leave it alone. It tells you that now it was a Hollywood play type of a thing. It was drama there. Just when you come there, you must see, it must seem as if something's at play and there's nothing. The other issue that I want to raise is on the southern part, that I think in the presentation, you know, you give a very smart presentation. When we were there, we were told that no, it will not be, there will be no residential site. So when we talk about the rezoning and the residential site is something else. But the most critical one is this one, MEC, the investors. We're told that they expect, I don't know what number of investors with their categories, but so far they've only secured one investor out of so many. That is the information we got on that day. Maybe even the trip to China might help in that space to make sure that we get more, so that because it cannot take off. Honestly speaking, to be honest to each other here, it won't take off until those investors have shown interest and they've come to the party. So brief us, take us along. How far with the investors? so that we must also tell the story about SEZ South in the Messina Makado. We took a tour again, not a tour oversight visit, because a tour will sound as if we're just going for. One of the industrial sites we found was at Nkwankoa. I always believe that in the presentation we will reflect on the hijacked industrial sites, which I don't see it emphasized, Chair. I don't find it emphasized. We're there. We found a very superstructure, occupied with stock, building material and everything. And we tried to find out what's happening. Only to find that a certain, I don't know if it's Patel, but it's a certain Indian who's doing the collection, not on behalf of the department or the entity. Pure robbery, theft, crime. And I remember the chairperson tried to speak to the guy. He said, you know, he was quoting to the chair how the laws of this country are working, meaning that you can't ask me a question because according to the law of South African government, you must take me to court. In your own yard, in your own space, an intruder tells you about the laws of the country. That's why I could see that we are really in trouble. And out of that, Honorable Chair, as the Chair said, please help us with the number of hijacked buildings. In fact, the total number of industries that we have. We know. Even where we are staying, we also know that we have some. I don't think if you mention, you do mention them. We only have structures that are hijacked that now are turned into spaza shops, wherever we are. So if we don't take stock of what we have, the 75% is very little. It was supposed to be based on all the companies that are on lease that were expecting so much, but out of it, as you said, is out of how much? Now I'm going to how much? Out of that number of industries that are now heavy tenants, we're expecting 1 million. But because 25% did not pay, so we're at 75. That will make sense to us. In other words, we are saying, let's go and work harder and find out where other structures of government that can also assist this government to generate more. On the sand mining, I think many have said it, but I will bring another dimension. Chair, we are sitting with in fact, I'm one of the products who were also selling sand, but I'm not selling sand now. I found our elders who are illiterate. As you said, I will not say they are harassed because they are mining illegal, but on the other hand, I don't find us being responsible as those who are leading in government to assist our elders, maybe to do the right thing. You know, when they try to do it legally, to get permits, even from the department, they are referred to get an agent who will do it on their behalf. Do you know how much they're asking? Just for facilitation, to go there and press your phone and get the coordinates, 75,000. I'm not talking about what I think or suspect. I'm talking about the codes that they have, which in itself now is discouraging our people who are making a living out of this to venture again into this space. Can't we maybe find a way of assisting our people to take them along and maybe get people who are reasonable, who will just charge maybe transport plus that extra professional fees, so that if really it needs someone, a consultant, who must do that work on their behalf. But where we are sitting now, as other honorables have raised it, I can assure you our people are frustrated. And some of them, their machineries are at the police stations. In other words, they don't have an income for their families. And on the other hand, we are crying about unemployment. And on the other hand, we are creating an unemployment, which is a contradiction of what we believe in. So we are just calling to our people, let's assist our people to know how to do the applications and make it easier for them. Otherwise, all of us, you know, our houses are built out of donkey carts. And those people who were delivered and sent through the donkey carts managed to take their kids to school. So the impact, the negative impact that is doing to our people is very, very much abhorrible. So we are just saying, let's go. We know that maybe it's a space because of the distance between those people and our officials might not witness the problems that our people are facing. I will not go back to the GNT again. I think, Chair and MEC, I'm covered on this one. I'm just saying, you are trying your best, officials, but please go further and make sure that it works. Let's turn this department around and be practical. When we say we are going to plant a tree, let's plant a tree. Let us not show people that we could not plant a tree, but there is no money. Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Honorable Chair and Honorable MEC, and good afternoon to everybody. I'm going to be as short as usual. Honorable Chair, firstly to my Honorable PhD next to me, I would like him, before we leave this house, to define to me what is an illiterate. And then, Chair, I will take this advantage again and exploit the void that was left by honorable members. And I knew they were not going to participate on that one. That does not belong to them. The issue of military veterans. Chair, we're getting a lot of explanations here. Firstly, on the illegal miners. Chair, I just need a clarity from the department. How are they going to run the process of illegal miners to be legal miners? Because as these black parties were preaching almost every day, for the redistribution of land to its rightful owners. And it's taking long. Here, the presentations we got is that there are processes in place to turn the illegal miners into legal miners. But you also, there's a language of intensifying security to deal with the issues of illegal miners, the so-called illegal miners. Because I do not think a black child can be an illegal miner in an African land. You can't be a thief in your own house. I just want to understand what process is the department going to take, because this has taken long. We are dealing with the plight of a black child here, Chair, which is very important and key. That's what makes some of us to grow up in the bushes. We were not fighting for the already rich. We wanted a black child to benefit in the land of the forefathers and foremothers. I think the sooner we deal with this matter of the illegal, so-called illegal miners, the better for the economy of the country. That will benefit each and every child. I just need that clarity from the department. How fast are they going to move in terms of giving those licenses to the so-called illegal miners? We need to have target dates. It's more than 30 years, Chair. we can address it as a new phenomenon. Ke thuba boroko ntwe. Had people received their land without compensation, we wouldn't be talking about the statistics of unemployment. Because every person will be self-sufficient. I just need that clarity, my honorable MEC. How are you going to fast-track the process of giving those licenses? And that process must not only focus, Chair, to people who are already involved in that so-called illegal mining. It must also go back to young people who have ambitions of becoming miners as part of employment and taking ownership of their own economy into their own hands. I think it will assist a lot, Chair, if we can get a proper direction. I think we're almost all of us were interested in those rights. Because you are not going to be here for the next coming 5 years. We need to be part and parcel of that socio-economic development. And Chair, the other point is this issue of a fiber. You know, we've been hearing a lot of education about this fiber. But for it to come into existence, it takes some donkey years. Even Vuma came and overtook our fiber. That was supposed to benefit the poor who can afford the data. I just want to understand, Chair, from the department, from my best friend at the back, what delays the fiber? I've attended all the ANC PEC Mahuta. This fiber has been on the agenda. But physically, you can't see it. We need a proper clarity on this fiber, Chair, because it's one of the entities that was supposed to benefit our young people in terms of installation and how it works. But the owner of fiber is growing older than the fiber. Because we can't see it physically. I think, Chair, we need a thorough strategic report on the fiber issue. When is it starting? Because now this fiber is becoming like MMSCZ. One day we'll find a hole full of cables that have worked. They are saying we were trying to start with fiber. Before we go to that route, we need a proper clarity here. What is the dilemma with the implementation of fiber, Chair? Because we've got these good policies that are not implemented, Chair. And people always theorize about these policies. But for them to be implemented, it's a hell of a mess up. Chair, on military veterans, Chair, we will always talk about military veterans because it's very key. These are the same people who made you to be seated with us here today. Had it not been them, you were supposed to be working, majority of you at Salsco and Sunpeak. But they made sure that your education is recognized today. We can never, Honorable MEC, be talking one and the same thing about the military veterans. And some people, they behave as if they are working at the States Mortuary SA. They are there to calculate how many military veterans are dying every day. Because they always emphasize that the number of military veterans is not growing. They are declining because they are dying, as if they are there to live forever themselves. We are all dying. But Honorable MSC, I think we need a proper strategy on dealing with the issues of military veterans. This thing of advertising percentages, they've got this so much percentages and so on, but in practicality, not a single military veteran benefited on that. You go on the results, it's 0%. Because the whole system is being run wrongly, Chair and the Honorable MEC. We need to take our people very seriously. We need to convene a sort of a workshop that we once had the leadership there at the corner in Mukopane. A workshop that will clarify to the military veterans, as according to your memorandum of understanding with our department, that this is how you should apply for procurement projects. This is how you should seek for a job. And the mandate was given to different departments that if it needs be, you must assist them to qualify in terms of those points. You must give them a scope how to qualify for a tender. It can't be that we sit here for the past 30 years speaking on one and the same thing. You have got good policies and projects, MEC, for military veterans, but they are not reaching them. And military veterans need to be told, the Chair and MEC, that they must deal directly with the department. We don't want to go in between. If it's a military veteran with a false number, let that military veteran go and apply for that particular job through the department, not through the Premier's office. Premier's office is another department, that one for somebody else. Military veterans need to get their benefits directly from the departments. Because you will be teaching them corruption also. If you keep them in a small corner at the Premier's office to go and divide our projects amongst their cronies, they must come correctly so through the department. That's what we need. And we need those stats also. Just like the people with disabilities, when you give us stats, that so many percentages were employed, so many got tenders, so many got whatever. We need those percentages, my Honorable MEC. And thanks God, I'm here now in this legislature for the next coming 5 years, where I see where we were left out, so that we can resolve on these matters. And I'm happy my two veterans are here, Truza and Honorable Chair. On the issue of tours, Chair, of tourism, Chair, I don't have much to say, Chair. But I once raised an issue in our previous meeting, and the answer was not satisfactory, Chair. Chair, our tourism industry, as a newly born baby into democracy, our democracy was just around the corner, 1994. So we are very new and we are the latest in a democratic dispensation. We are the latest, Chair. Our tourist industry was supposed to be booming politically. I don't know what is the arrangement between our committee here our department here and the arts, sports and culture. Because they promote tourism. Arts, sports and culture must be dealing with our monumental systems. We've got heroes here, Chair, who sacrificed their lives for the same tourism to be boosted. You have a freedom fighter in the name of Nenguta. The one that I heard the memorial lecture about in the past few weeks. And I'm sorry, Honorable MEC, even that memorial lecture, they didn't say much about him. That he confronted the white minority regime more than 48 hours as an individual. A site must be created, a tourist must be shown. This is where our fallen heroes fell, fighting for the liberation of this country. We have got Unyati, who fought for 48 hours also in this site of Blouberg. Tourists don't know about those places, Chair. And I don't know how are they guiding them, our guides. Because they must know that our sacrifices emanate from the political scenario. And we really need to recognize the people who fought for this country. And those sites must be supported. I don't know if I can be protected by you, else can protect me. No, I'm closing, Chair. I'm closing, Chair. I thought I should raise it also on tourism. There is too little that the tourists are doing in participation in the village tourism and in the location tourism. They always come to our country and they want to see animals. They think those animals are much more better than us. And it's like it's not even tourism that they are doing. They are here for poaching. In a word, tourism. I think we must promote location and village tourism. It's very key and important. You know, South Africans are very quick to adopt the cultures of other nations and disrespect their own culture. Those tourists must come here and dress like us. They must come here so that we greet them until a white person. Chair, it's not my fault that everybody took his time. Allow me to take my time and finish, even if we are to leave at 12 midnight here. Our Chair, they were enjoying punishing us. Chair, okay, let me respect you, Chair, and try and close. I know this committee always meets. And we will finalize the rest. The rest, they need physical attendance. Chair, but let me close with one thing, Chair. Chair, there are scrap buses all over. It's just that Chair has attended, Honorable Chair spoke about it. What are we thinking about the scrap buses? Otherwise, we're going to invite a lot of criminals who will be breaking the fences, trying to grab scrap metals. Please, let us do something about those scrap buses, and thank you, Chair. Let's hope Maringa will take same few minutes like me.
Honorable Chair, I think I must appreciate everyone who's here. I've seen a lot of us have never shifted an inch. You know, when you sit in a meeting where people don't move out a lot, you must know you are discussing pertinent issues and they are very real and very genuine. So we must appreciate each other for staying this much. Chair, I'm going to start to comment on, I've got a list of questions. I think there are about 15. I may make a mistake as to which one belongs to which amongst all the entities, but I think the leaders of these entities will know this one is theirs. So before I roll over to those questions, I want to make a comment here. You see, in 2018, we made a very strong, powerful declaration about Musinamakado SEZ. If you calculate the number of years to date, you'll realize that to a particular extent, society may have lost confidence in government by just looking at the infrastructure that is happening there, because there's literally nothing after all those years. Now, we're sitting with media reporting about Musinamakado every day about the billions of rands which have been spent there. But then if you take a walk on the site, you will not even believe a 5 rand has been spent there, just a mere 5 rand, because there's literally nothing on the ground that symbolizes an expenditure on the part of government money. Now, I'm not Honorable Jackie, I don't know why. Now, years later, I want to bring you to this particular component, Honorable MEC. We've got a board now, which is freshly appointed. Now, we had MECs before yourself. You see, I think this is one space people don't want to talk about, and I don't know why. In 2018, there was an MEC for the same department. Then there was a board, given responsibilities in respect of Musinamakado Special Economic Zone. Now, the MEC spent his term of office and finished and left. Another MEC came in. If you calculate the number of years, it means there's been vacancy there. They were just there because they'll be driven from one point to the next, but in respect of Musinamakado activities, nothing has been happening, and there's been political leadership in the face of the MEC. Fast forward, you've got a board that was there. Then you ask yourself, what was the role of the board in the unscrupulous transfer and vanishing of the money of the state? Then there was a person called CEO. You see how fun and how rough it gets. You've got a MEC, you've got a board, you've got a CEO for the same entity and the same activities that must be done in respect of state money. Now, all these three, if I call them entities, all these three entities cannot show you a thing, not even a ruler, in respect of over 100 million spent. And we are quiet. Government continues its business as usual. Now, the chair of the new board and the acting CEO and everyone who's now there is taking the fall and the blame for all the activities which have been done by those who have been there before they arrived. And the question will be, what are we doing about this thing? Now, let me bring it home. Do we have any report in respect of the 6th administration regarding Musinamakado Special Economic Zone? If there's a report, why is this report not being made a bit available for all of us to be able to go through it so that we're able to intervene if the need arises? Now, if there's no report from the 6th administration, it means the 6th administration itself, in its all entirety and its totality, is part of all the failures that has been happening there for all these years. If it's not part of the failures, it's part of the wrongdoings which have been going on there. Now, we're here, we're playing oversight. We don't want to speak about real issues. We want to brush people. MEC, I'm making my submission about Musina Makado, SEZ. If there's a report, let's share the report. If there's a need to investigate, let's start investigations. Now, if there's an investigation that is ongoing already, can we push for a fast pace? In respect, you can't investigate forever. At some point, we must get the outcomes of the investigation. And if we read through the investigation report, we realize that there's a need for the SIU to come in. Let them come in. If there's a need for NPA to start processes, let them do it. That way, we'll be sending a message to our people that we are a government that cares about the use of the monies of government. Then our people can have confidence in our government. We're going to resolve a lot of things. But we can't just have, 100 million is a lot of money. I may die without seeing it in my ears or touching it. Down the drain. Now, the saddest thing that we have done here as government, I think I must say this one. You are recording us everywhere. It's still okay. I'm going to say it either way. The saddest thing that we do is what Honorable Slani spoke about but did not want to go sharply into it. That we employ Maringa here to take care of GNT. Maringa collapses GNT and money disappears. He does not account for it. You then say, no, Maringa, you must now run to gambling board. You move Maringa from GNT after collapsing money, you send him to what do you call it? To gambling board. It's what we just did in as far as Musina Makado SEZ. We moved the then CEO there. When his term of office ended, we are a government here, we are running government. We don't send him home. We send him somewhere within the same department. What do you call that? What level of disrespect are we sending to our people that we are leading? And what do we then do? We keep quiet, we zip our lips, and we walk on the street with confidence. We are failing the nation. And this thing must end. The 7th administration, Honorable MEC, must at least come with a torch. The torch that must say to the people, there's confidence, we are going to clean society and we are going to do well and we are going to be a government. That is my submission as far as that Musina Makado SEZ is concerned. There afterwards, I'm quite very happy. There's progress. The leadership there is aware of what it's supposed to do. Our role is to support, and we're going to support them. If they are doing well, I will clap hands for them during lunch and say, thank you very much, keep it like that, let's proceed. Let's talk about what was presented in respect of LEDET or LEDA here. The issue of employment, the filling of vacancies. I've checked on the stats that you presented, the number of posts that you have already filled up. It's good. HOD, that is very good. That is what we want to see. But I want to make a small submission here. Half the time, there's always a report that says, no, we do want to balance gender, but we don't have women with the necessary capacities or requirements for a specific position. I think we need to be careful how we trade. I'm not saying you now have a responsibility to go and train people to meet the conditions that are being put up. But we need to try our level best. If it means we must advertise and then we can't find, let's re-advertise. Much as we've got pressure, let's re-advertise and hope that at least we can take care of this thing of saying let's fill up the gender parity in respect of our employment, especially some senior level positions. This is a submission I'm making. And I think it can't be that difficult. We can't just advertise once, we say, basari abao, they don't meet the conditions. Let's give it a try again. And then we can then say, no, we can't keep it vacant for longer. We are going to employ those who are nearer, who are meeting the conditions. I want to drop a 50-cent contribution on sand mining. This is my submission. Department must engage DMR. Let's do district engagement. We've got 5 regions or 5 districts. I don't know which semantic works better for this meeting. Let's make public invitation to sessions. Call sand miners. We start in Skukune, we end in Wembe. We have DMR there, we've got a department there, and we've got these politicians here who are playing oversight. Then DMR must take our people through processes. Then you also have this contra-lesser leadership. They must also be there, because they also have a serious role to play in respect of what is happening on the ground regarding the sand that our people are mining. I think that way, HOD, Honorable MEC, will get somewhere. We can resolve a lot of challenges that we're having if we can do such kind of engagement, and I think it will help us get somewhere. On the spaza shops, the task team that you made reference to, when you have your next sessions in that task team, please make a presentation. And those of you, Honorable MEC, who sometimes attend engagement at the level of national government, you see, one of the weaknesses of our country is that we've got a lot of contradictory rules and laws. Here, this one says this. On the other side, the other law says the other thing. That is why we are not able to resolve our challenges. But then when we go to your next session in respect of that task team, please come up with something that the task team is proposing in terms of how we must move forward. But we are a province as well, not ourselves. We can develop our own in-house rules in terms of how we want to handle these challenges that we are facing regarding all these spaza shops. Maybe we need to look into that direction, paying attention to what the national laws are saying in respect of how do we manage people who are coming in and people who are going out. That is my submission regarding that one. Now let me go to the much spoken about, lastly, the Luwahomu issue, MEC, the abattoir. The premier has made a lot of noise about this one. Everywhere you go, I'm hoping in the next meeting when we meet, the department will be telling us exactly what the exact status quo is concerned in terms of its operation, not in terms of how much money they still need. Let me jump to GNT. Everyone is speaking about GNT. GNT is a problem, Honorable MEC. Our people are struggling to move. You see the 350 that they get. It's too small. Let me talk about my village. If someone gets 350 in my village, they must go to Ilim. Or go to Makado. It's 40, 45 kilometers. Now, the expense of a normal Paziri bus, because they are there running, or a taxi, it's about 30 rand. And if you look at the return price, that money, it's a lot. Our people are not affording to travel to go and cash in their money or to buy grocery. Now, what is missing there? The missing link is the GNT, because the transport provided by GNT has always been more affordable for them. Now, I don't want to deal with the issues of how people got suspended. It's a story for another day. This is what I want to submit, Chair. Let's give the entity some 2 rands to refurbish buses. Not every bus that is parked there is a scrap. Others can be in a space of a month or 2. Let's refurbish. If we can refurbish 40, it's a lot. We allocate them in terms of all our 5 regions. While we wait for a procurement, I know for a fact a bus is not like buying our sedans where you just walk in and say, go to MFC and then they approve you, you start the car, you go. With a bus, the bus that you want must be purpose fit. It means you only have a bus today, Honorable Slan. You may get it after 3 months, because you must submit a spec. We want a bus of this nature because there in Olfansuk village where I stay, there's no tar road. So while we wait for that procurement of fresh fleet, can we just look each at the smaller Yanaskorokoros, let them back, let's have them back on the route, let them travel, let them assist our people so that people can walk faster and get to work and get also to stores easily. That's my submission. Let's give them the 2 rand. I think the portfolio committees are agreeing in terms of that approach. The LTA, if you want tourism to boom, you must have the necessary infrastructure. Who wants to travel and go to Madagascar? What are you going to do there? The roads are very small. The hotels, there's nothing. If we are serious about our province in respect of tourism, Honorable Chair, the Kharakhaire must also redirect this budget in respect of roads and identify routes that lead to a tourist site and invest in that space. I'll give an example, Honorable Matibe, MEC Arena, you'll know. The road from Tuando to Punda Maria is the same road that must help you get to Kruger Park. But that road is not doable. Very difficult. If a tourist says, I want to pass by a place where there was a man, I'm told he was a soldier, he will always fight a lot at night, Makado. From there, they will still drive back to Tsanin to be able to connect via the other side to get to Kruger, because the road is in a very bad state. And this is the road that must benefit our economy in respect of tourism. People must move there. People must, even the small businesses that are busy there, they are going to benefit a lot. Even those who are doing that Shulemba, what do you call them, that attire of yours there, that part of the world, people will be able to buy. So let's also pay attention to infrastructure development. Then we can boost this invitation of tourism coming into our province. The other one of an infrastructure is GAL. You know, you are not sure whether GAL belongs here or belongs with transport, but it also comes to our party because it has got a very strong bearing in respect of the growth of the economy. MEC, we are a farming province. The people there in Asia are taking a lot of our avocados every day. Pepper dew every day is going offshore. How is it getting there? We've got a space here called airport. We even say it's an international airport. There's nothing international there. It's an airport. We must just call it that until we make it international. Now, why are we not having a vision of seeing this airport growing to be as big as an airport which will be working far much better in respect of cargo? What do we stand to lose? We can't even fly to Durban. You know how much money people spend to go to Durban? MEC, when you want to go to Durban, you must drive from here and go to Johannesburg. Then you fly. You do the same, you come back. Now, the question will be, are we not having strategies to find a way and a means to develop our airport for economic purposes and economic development? And then the answer will be, no, we do. Are we just being lazy, or powers that be are not able to approve whatever proposals we put together? It is my submission, Honorable Chair, that the MEC and the HODs and the CEOs of all our entities, when you have your own engagements as CEOs, if you've got such forums, as HODs, if you've got such forums, and the executive, I know it meets from time to time, start a discussion about where can we get R1 to develop this airport and make it a proper international airport. Repalaki Bram Fisher, just a mere Bram Fisher there in Free State. The airport is busier than ourselves. It is even having some 737, bigger sizes of planes, and there's nothing there. Up in Bloemfontein, there's literally nothing. In comparison, Free State and ourselves, we've got a lot that we can offer to the economy of the country. But they've got an airport, effective, is functioning, is running. In the Eastern Cape, where my friend, Honorable Velile, is coming from, that airport there, King Palo, it's even far from many people. Very far. That's why it's used by us who are going there to swim. It's very far because you must travel 250 kilometers to get to the airport. Here is just around. Zanin is here. Skukune is here. But we don't have anything here. It's there. People are CEOs there. People are MECs there. People are HODs there. But there's no thought about how best we improve this infrastructure for economic purposes. That too will be very happy. Because his tomatoes must move from here. It must disturb us as we drive. First, it must get to Johannesburg. If it's not Johannesburg, it must get to Durban for it to fly. And you know how badly it affects us, MEC? By the time the goods get to where they are demanded or needed, the quality has collapsed a bit. It's not the same. If it's oranges, agree they are packaged together. The weight of the other oranges affects the other orange at the bottom. The quality is not the same. By the time the recipient gets his goods, he's complaining about the quality. The quality that he knew what he's buying was proper. So let's do something, MEC, about this airport. We are capable, we can do it. Let's do something. If people who are in authority are failing to do something, please let us know so that we can then say, those who are not able to perform, can you please take a break, 6 months? When the MEC left, when the Premier left with you, MEC, I said to her, I'm chin for 3 months. let me take decisions. When you come back, you'll find the proof is different. She said, hey, you want to collapse government. These are some of the decisions I would have taken by now that must have an airport. The other one I want to speak to, maybe let me go to the questions I've put together. The new era, it will be sorted, it must be sorted. You must just do everything possible to have us getting back to where we were before, so that that entity, it has a potential to open other rooms in the future in terms of what happens in that particular space of business. It's just that when you are not well informed about the business of your insurance purposes, you will only limit it to that part of I'm insuring a car. But when you look at it beyond, once you grow that infrastructure, there are many avenues in respect of growth that can come out of it, including creating as many jobs as we can possibly do as government, so that our people can be employed. My first question is this one. First question. I don't want to go back to the infrastructure that we have, that LEDA has. There are many. CEO, HOD, take your time one day and do an infrastructure audit. If you must hire interns for 6 months, find money somewhere, hire these young graduates who have graduated to do an infrastructure. They must travel. If we say there's if we say there's Bindulan, just to give a typical example, many people here don't know what Bindulan is and where it's at. Only those who have been, who are graduates of that Vumbeni, who studied there and they've graduated and they became teachers, they will have an idea where Bindulan is. You need to employ, this is my submission, Honorable Chair. Let's have interns being sent out, let them assist us to do an audit of all our infrastructure so that we have a fully fledged, fresh list of all buildings that belongs to government. Then we can then begin to say, hey, okay, this one, who's in it, who's using it? We'll find a lot, there are lots of buildings that belongs to the entity. We do not know them, some of us here. Even yourself, CEO, you may not know some of them, they are there. And the reason why you will not know about them is because people who have been in the entity before yourselves have also allocated some of these infrastructures to themselves and their relatives. So they have made sure that when you come in or when their term of office ends, they leave with information so that you are not able to uncover this building is a state building. So we need to do something. That is the issue. I wanted to, the next issue on this one is how watertight are our lease contracts. I think you need to go back and pay attention to it, just to assess whether our lease contracts are watertight and protective of government. That is the other question I'm putting through to you. The other one is this one. Or I think it's what I've spoken about before without raising it. HOD, on the beneficiation in terms of mineral resources, what challenges are we facing that that leads to us complaining about it to a point where instead of paying attention to it, we are now paying attention to the illegal, what do you call them? The zamazamas. This illegal mining. I think to a particular extent, if we were to pay more attention to beneficiation, we may be able to take few people outside this illegal mining space and work with them in that space. Please just give us information, if you know anything, how difficult it is and what are the challenges. The gambling board, I'm worried. I picked up something from the CEO. He says, I may not quote you correctly, but you are suggesting that we must use gambling as a portion of entertainment rather than a get-rich scheme as it is happening today. My question is, do we have a means to regulate? I know it may not be there in terms of the law because you can't deny me access for as long as I comply with your rules. What I'm trying to propose here, MEC, I don't know how possible it can be, or if it's there, you'll be able to respond. You can see Maringa has become a gambling addict. He sleeps there because he does not even have to try to go back. Do we have rules? Does the law permit us to regulate our gamblers in terms of them being there and sleeping there and stealing everything they have? Some of them live there barefoot. because they now sell the shoes that they are wearing with the hope that they can continue. So I just want you to take us through if we've got a provision in terms of the law that we can use to assist our people not to sleep there consistently and die there. That's the other question I wanted to raise with you. The last one is on CMR. Are we getting our returns? Are we getting there as the state? These mines that belongs to the state, is the state getting its returns? If not, we must then begin to say, what is it that is going wrong in those entities in terms of their management on the site? You can have a mine for many, many years and you still don't get returns. Yet you meet a lot of trucks carrying a lot of chrome every day, moving it from the site where it's extracted to where it's supposed to be sold or where it must be packed. We want to have an idea so that we can be proud and say, we've got a mine, the state is mining, the state is getting resource out of that process. I think I'm going to leave it here. Today I was very short. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You want to Peter yourself? Okay, let me go.
Chair, I'll be brief. The professional disputes of consultants within the MMSEZ, that one slide where people are an increment of up to 343%. Let me see. Are those part of your investigations or part of your forensic investigations that you are lodging? And any investigation or forensic investigation comes with a terms of reference. What is your terms of reference in investigations? Are you looking into everything? Are you looking into proportions? Maybe you can take us into some sort of confidence. What is that terms of reference? And when are you anticipating, and have you also asked the AG to do certain investigations on your behalf? I want the sand and quarry mining licenses. I know that that is part of DMR, but the EIAs falls into your scope. How many EIAs, are you able to produce a report to the committee to talk to EIAs done on sand mining? To say that we've issued out so many EIAs on sand mining. The question that I'm also asking is that some of the smaller sand mining, people would get adjacent because under 5 hectares, you can apply for a sand mining application very easily. But in order to go bigger, there's a different process. Now what you will find is that you will get person A or company A that will apply for 5 small ones next to each other. And have you identified such possible risks, or have you instituted any sort of report or investigation into sand mining in its totality within the context of Limpopo? As much as I appreciate some of the issues that we are trying to deal with, we are guided by legislation currently, and that is got to be fulfilled at the end. Some of the proposals that came from the committee members do sit well, I think, with the committee. But I think at the end of the day, you want to create a one-stop center. And we have got LEDET being represented at various municipalities. And I can't understand why we haven't got a one-stop center that deals with licenses so that you actually make things easy, viable, quick to respond, and maybe cheap, and to deal with a lot of the headaches. So, MEC, it's maybe a consideration that you maybe think of how you deal with that. These compliance inspections that you conducted, the 341 there on the slide. Compliance inspections on what? On business or on what? For me, it's just to understand on what are those issues, Chair. And let me just leave some of my other things for another day. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. As I promised you, if some are not asked, I will come back, but it's very short. On the APP, I think it's LTA, there are performance indicators that are no longer there for this financial year. And I know it's most of the time when you see indicators no longer appearing on the APP, they've been downgraded to the operational plans, which is not a problem, but the issue here is the matters that were these indicators were dealing with, the portfolio will always have interest to know how many, more especially if I can pick. There are 3 that I've picked, but I will give example by the disciplinary cases adjudicated. It will always be in our interest. That's why when I spoke first, I referring to the issue of consequence management. If you speak of consequence management, without later bringing any report that says we had so many cases, this one was of fraud, this one of yini, and then this is how the people have been disciplined, showing the verdict at the end. That word consequence management to us will become an empty shell, which we don't even, we are not going with you, or we are not on the same page with you. So when we are confronted to say government is corrupt, there was a case 1, 2, 3, you can't even defend because you don't have an idea what's happening. So my submission is that even if they've been downgraded to operational plan, you must find a way that this portfolio is on the same page with you on that matter. Lastly, Chairperson, is the issue of the properties that LEDA owns, more especially, specifically on the issue of shopping centers or malls. You know, these properties have got history. It's very painful when your people talk about comparing when those malls or shopping centers were established that time, and they start saying we are not doing anything because now they are just ghosts, dilapidated. So my submission is that I believe the department has got the capacity to source funding, either from financial bodies in the country or public-private partnership, to ensure that those shopping malls or shopping centers, doesn't matter how you call them, they are revamped and become alive again, so that our people can see we care about them, and we know it will change a lot for our people. Traveling to town, even when you're just looking for a smaller thing, it's not cost effective. So I humbly submit that. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, honorable members. I think maybe honorable MEC, as the committee, I think we need to empower the issue of broadband. Maybe if this is a CEO, if maybe can empower the committee with the progress, especially when coming to the issue of investment. Secondly, here is a person who starting a foundation with a sand without concrete. There comes Mapula with the roof on top of that building. Then I fell, ka roof. Then I'm the one to be blamed. Not dealing with the foundation, but dealing with the roof. I'm saying this, honorable members, that we must not be excited that there were people from GNT that were suspended. We need to have a full report where these things have started. Where these things have started, and then what did you do with those people? Because to me, that is why I get this thing now. Somebody did a foundation with a sand without concrete. Then you build, then you come with a roof, then boom, with a roof. Then you are the one to be blamed with that roof. You understand? Two, MEC, I believe, I hear you talking about the board, COs, and all this thing. My issue here is you have an HOD. To me, is a superhero. And his duty is to protect you as the political head. And I don't expect when all those things happens, then there's nothing that you are saying about the HOD. Because he's the one to make it a point that all these things when happened, he must brief the MEC, he must take action and also brief the MEC. So that I don't expect somebody to go to the MEC and say, no, maybe these people, they didn't brief me. Then what did you do? How here for interview? You knew exactly you are there to protect the department. Not only certain corners, then you leave the rest of the corner because you are the HOD of economic development with the entities. So, in a way, I'm having question on the side of the HOD. For all these things happen, and we keep on blaming other people outside, but we are not asking the HOD responsible for the department. When all these things happen, what did you do? That is why I'm going back. Don't be excited and then just support. No, we are happy that you have suspended people. Go to the foundation and deal with the foundation. Because we don't want an issue, embarrassment at the end of the day. Maybe those people take action because it is rare in this government to most of the cases are the loser because we don't go deeper. Instead, we don't deal with issues, we deal with a person. So let's go back and just look at it, MEC, because as the committee, we are here also to protect you. I mean, it's not about hatred. We love each other, but to make it a point that we protect this government. Our political head are protected. What the MEC, but the super kinky man, is it not the HOD? So I leave it there with you, MEC. That sometimes our delegate issues are being realistic. Because when all those things comes back, then it's not going to be nice. And we don't want at the end of the day, because the person that will be blamed is the MEC. It is the MEC. So when you are supposed to be protected, each and everything, you're supposed to be told, this direction, MEC take this direction. MEC, I don't see 1, 2, 3. All right, understand? Because every time when Ribiza people to come and account, it's the HOD and the MEC. So, HOD to some of the things, then other things then are one. Two, issue ya people by no horror Bachaka dispenser shop. And they gave you the report. We'll want, as the committee, to have that report and ready follow up. Go and do our own oversight to check or no. The information that they gave you, MEC, is it real now? The number of spaza shops that they are talking about, is it true now? Check it because in one village, the spaza shop defeat 1,000. Defeat 1,000, because if you can check every street, there are 2, 3 spaza shops. So we need to check as the committee so that we protect our government, we protect our political heads. Honorable Shitereke, when you were appointed on the 20th of June 2024, on your speech, you have emphasized youth job creation, tourism development and investment in wildlife resort and industrial park. You also stressed the need for accelerated SMME capacity building with attention to youth, women and people with disability as non-negotiable, including military veterans. So I'm not sure if maybe the department, they are implementing your wishes, because this was your first speech. You urged a shift away from business as usual and committed to optimizing departmental boards and staff structures. And also on your budget adjustment overview, recently so, particularly in late 2024, you saw LEDET reallocating funds to improve operational efficiency and support tourism events like the Marula Festival. And in the 2025-2026 on the provincial budget that was tabled in March 2025 by the Finance MEC, Mr. Mahwai, LEDET received 2.287 billion for the upcoming year as part of the 5.181 billion 3-year vote. The provincial economic development overall budgeted 1.8 billion, including 10 million for SMME capacity, 49 million for industrial park refurbishment, and expanded SEZ infrastructure Messina Makhado. Now, on the impact MEC and pace of budget adjustment, where exactly did LEDET redirected funds during 2024-2025 adjustment? And how much was allocated to youth specific job scheme, tourism project, SEZ infrastructure, and capacity? And on your governance and accountability, what safeguards are in place to ensure transparency in funds reallocation, especially post-Marula Festival and SEZ spending? And also maybe we can empower the committee on who oversees LEDET's internal audit and how are outcomes addressed. Were there public participation processes and published reports accompanying budget changes? On your financial oversight and efficiency, Honorable MEC, how does LEDET ensure efficient use of 1.8 to 2.3 billion budget, especially given provincial concern about underspending of mismanagement and even other departments? Does LEDET follow the procurement strategy 2030, aiming for 60% spend of Black-owned and 20% on women-owned enterprises? And also, MEC, on the issue of equity, what percentage of LEDET's total procurement spent in 2024-2025 financial year that was allocated to black-owned businesses, black women-owned businesses, youth-owned enterprises, and the military veterans. What systems are in place to verify BEE compliance of awarded service provider? Also, if we can be empowered on of how many SMMEs and cooperatives were supported through LEDET enterprise development programs in 2024-2025. And what portion of these beneficiaries, what portion of these beneficiaries were youth, women, or people with disability? Honorable MEC, I think this is it from me to you and your entourage. But still, I still repeat that as the committee will love to be empowered with the report of the suspension, so that we also understand we can be able to respond, also to defend the department, so that when those things comes back, very hard to hit on your MEC, at least something, because we know, because we don't just be happy, say, supported. Can't support a person putting a roof in a foundation that was built without concrete. Thank you very much. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and we welcome all the inputs, questions, and words of wisdom from honorable members. I will start with the LTA, then LGB, LEDA, and then subsidiaries. There are specific questions, but most of the issues will need to bring a written response to. We just want to deal with specific items, but most of the issues we must bring a comprehensive written response to the persons that were raised. I think the committee coordinator will also assist in some of the questions that were raised. Because we are jotting down, we might miss some of them. But LTA Chair and CEO.
Maybe, maybe before you respond, maybe if we can give the broadband a chance just to prove, so that if there's anything that you want to add, at least you can be able to add.
Yes, I thought I would come to them when I give LEDA.
Okay.
All right. And their subsidiaries. I wanted to start with
okay.
LTA and LGB. Okay. Then go to LEDA. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members, MEC. And again, thanks, members of the committee, for some of the questions and comments that you have made. I hereby do confirm that some of them will still go back so that we can put a full-scale report on some of the issues that also will need some annexures. Maybe for me, before I hand over to the CEO, I just want to deal with, well, two issues. The issue with art, sports, and culture is a good point that we have noted. I'm aware that we have been raising the matter with the department, because part of our discussion with the Department of Arts, Sports, and Culture is around the liberation routes. Because when you deal with the project of the liberation routes, you then have the potential to cover up all these other issues that Honorable Jack has raised. And in them, you are also then able to take the communities along because they are the ones who are going to then contribute with regards to the experiences that they have and be able to come and take charge and manage particularly those liberation routes. And I think after we have interacted with the Department of Arts, Sports and Culture, we will then be able to come back to the department with regards to how then we are dealing with this issue of the liberation routes. And that will have to be in a memorandum of agreement form, so that each unit takes its responsibilities with regards to how then we are going to make this a success. The issue of the village and township tourism is a good point. We have in the province what is called SATAVITO. It's an organization that has been formed by the tourism product owners who exist both in the rural and the urban areas of our province. And therefore, we are supporting them in a lot more of the activities that they do within the different areas of the township and village aspects. I do accept that there can be more that can be done, and therefore, we will then make sure that we enhance that engagement with SATAVITO so that we are visible with regards to how then that village and tourism experience is being provided to the travelers and tourists, both domestic and international, that comes to our province. Thank you. I would like to hand over to the CEO to deal with those that are outstanding.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, and the Chairperson of the board. I think on the issue of promotion of village tourism and township tourism, Chairperson already alluded to the structure that we have, but I just want to add that we also have a provincial tourism forum where all those structures are serving. So every quarter we meet and look at what needs to be done, what has been done, where are we lacking, and we evaluate with all those members. Just last week, the youth structure also has been concretized, and thanks to the work of the department, and that's where ourselves as a marketing agency, we take over to look at what are the products that have been packaged. If there is a gap, that's where we also come in and assist so that we work together with them. On the issues of the infrastructure, indeed, tourism depends on the enablers, the roads, your airport, the hoteliers, the products that people create, the destinations. If we don't have destinations, we can't compete with those people that have got destinations that have been well resourced. But the good thing is that as part of the expanded mandate of the entity, we have got now a lever that says we can enter into an agreement with those sector entities, including the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, on the creative industry. How do we promote those areas? So the decision by EXCO has empowered us this time, so we can't sit back and blame them. We are busy working on an agreement with GAL in terms of the expansion of the airport, and that is exactly what the Honorable was highlighting. It's what we are busy working on with the help of the department, the HOD. And I think, yeah, all the other issues are incorporated into there. We are also equally worried that as a destination, you know, we are being overtaken by other small destinations, and precisely because of air access, which is a competency of another department of transport nationally and also in the province. The issue of indicators that has been raised that are not on the high level of the APP, we have put all those indicators on the the operational plan. But every quarter, we are accounting of those targets that were accounted for at that high level. So all is not lost, and I think the chairperson of the board and deputy chair and also the shareholder rep, they are here. Every quarter we account on all those indicators without fail, like when they were up there. Yeah, and I think, unless if I've left out something critical, but we are working together.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just want to add on the issue of village tourism. We as LTA, we're trying by all means to empower our mummies in villages, those who are opening their houses, in terms of making sure that tourists come and experience the typical way of living of the village people. We have homestays in Makushu village and also Mashishimale village. We also have homestays in Piring village, this is Kukuni district. We are proud even to say that at Piring village last year during December, all those homestays were fully booked because Piring, tourists pass that village when they go to the Tufa Rocks to experience what is actually happening there. And in that way, our mothers, they really get something in terms of developing themselves economically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair in the House. The question which was posed by Tatan Maringa in respect of gamblers who are addicted vis-a-vis entertainment. We are saying it's entertainment in the sense that people are going there for leisure, but we are not encouraging it. That's why our legislative mandate is that we have to license, to regulate, and to monitor. We monitor the kind of activities which are happening in the gambling space. Just to be responding directly to that is that we do have a mechanism, an organization called Responsible Gambling. This body is there and it's intended to help those who are addicted in that regard. I was fortunate one of the years to go to Las Vegas, wherein definitely they've got a very good mechanism wherein such people are helped in a very, very progressive way, where they've got a register, where you are even banned to go to a casino to go and gamble. So I believe that definitely here in South Africa with this gambling, responsible gambling, it's helping a lot because those gamblers who are addicted are being assisted and are being helped to move out from such, because definitely that can also cause a very social ills because people will be sleeping there, not going home, spending money, not using it for the benefit of the family. The next question will be answered by the CEO. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Honorable MEC Chairperson, honorable members. I think in addition to what Hosi Mauman has actually indicated, is that at the national level, the National Gambling Board is in the process of developing a national register for exclusion register. But that is a process that will actually require legislation, but that is what the country is actually looking forward to in terms of legislation. But currently with the National Gambling Act, you can also do exclusion through a court order, but it's also, that is a expensive process. But in terms of what Hosi has actually reported, the option now is treatment in terms of by the South African Responsible Gambling Foundation, of which the licensees are actually contributing towards the funding of the foundation. In terms of the issues raised by Honorable Small, is that indeed there's an increase in terms of gambling activities, and what we are seeing in terms of the levies that we're collecting is mostly on the online sport betting, where we're actually getting most of the levies. Because more people actually having access to these gadgets, which is actually freely available in terms of actually be able to gamble freely. But as gambling board, like Jose has actually indicated, we are not encouraging people to actually gamble, but the issue is that the impact of where they are might be compelling them to gamble because they think that if you spend more money, we'll actually be able to win. Hence, we are saying winners know when to stop in terms of gambling. You cannot just take your whole budget or salary just to say, no, I'm using 100,000 this month, maybe I'll actually get 500,000. Gambling is not like that. It's a game of chance, so there's no guarantee that you'll actually win if you use more money to gamble. The only way to do it is through what Jose has actually indicated. Continue on teaching responsible gambling. People should understand what are the negative effects of gambling because it's a good way to actually say we are raising money as government, but it's got unintended consequences in terms of employment, families, and so many things. So hence, we have got one of those interventions to say we need to continue to do responsible gambling using social media platforms, all other platforms that we're having to make sure that people are aware about these particular platforms. But also expecting the people who have got licenses that also they have to do that particular messaging in terms of the sites. Hence, if you go to those machines that are there, you've got that toll-free number where you actually say people should know that if they've got challenges, they can actually go and actually be able to get some counseling. But also to do self-exclusion. If you feel that you can't cope, you are allowed to actually do that. Inform us to say that they must just chase you away on any sites that are actually licensed. So that they can have a list of, so Honorable Slan, if you are actually within that challenge, then you're able to inform all of the licensed sites in the province and all other provinces to have a list of those that actually don't want to be excluded. In terms of the budget, Honorable Small, is one thing that I've actually indicated that our budget is actually not growing in terms of the baseline, and that is something that our Honorable MEC is actually engaging so that where we are not getting enough budget, I think when we've got or we have raised surplus in terms of what we've actually raised in terms of levies, we're able to apply for the retention of surplus revenue so that we're able to supplement what we're actually having as a budget. More especially for the core services, you are law enforcement and also compliance in terms of ensuring that they're able to actually go to the sites and do what is expected in terms of audits and inspections, but also for the law enforcement, law enforcement officers to actually be able to assist, be able to travel and be able to go to all the various areas to deal with the various cases. Because time and again, we appear in courts in terms of where we've actually done the arrest and so on. But that is something that our Honorable MEC always engage in terms of ensuring that we're able to get surplus, additional allocation during adjustment, although it's a challenge for us to plan if we don't show that we'll actually get that particular surplus. But in terms of the revision of the baseline that we're actually getting, I think also through the budget process, we're engaging Treasury through the shareholder to make sure that they're able to improve on our baseline so that we're able to deal with the challenges that we're facing as an entity. Thanks, Honorable MEC.
Thanks, MEC. Thanks, Chair. So the question from Mr. Small is that about Insure Easy. So the Board of New Era hasn't approved any transfer of the book to any entity. So that work still has to happen. We are having the board meeting in 2 weeks' time to look at all the moving parts. So nothing has been moved, nothing has been approved yet, and that will be for the board to decide on the migration of the book. So thank you.
Let's speak. With it. Thank you very much. There are two questions related to the information. And Honorable Chair is asking where is the implementation
where are we in terms of deployment of the fiber in the province? And the second question is from the Honorable Chair, asking in terms of the investment process, where are we in terms of that process? Honorable Chair, they've got 132 kilometers of fiber in the province today, spending from LEDA, Shishiro, the Wakomu, Ngwangwa, Zanoni, Makado, that's 142 kilometers of fiber that's already been deployed in this province. If you get it forward, we were very strategic in terms of deploying this infrastructure. Every government department in front of that government dropped a window. So if you want to connect that department, it will be easy for you. You just move from the street and get into the department and connect. That's what we call last mile connectivity. Now I'll talk to that. Under Pichamkawa Stadium, there is what we call area center, which is the nerve center of this infrastructure, which has the capability of voice, data, and your cloud computing. So when people are talking about artificial intelligence, that's where you store all the data. So it's having the capacity to host all government departments and all the municipalities. If you take the municipalities, for instance, the district, and you put that district on top of that data center, and they are all connected. That district, if they call each other within that district, is a trunk call. That's not an extension. So that's what you have invested as the promise. But there are challenges to that. But beyond that, we've got at the 15 street, we've got what we call a NOC, network control center, where people are sitting there and looking at the connection and the downfall. Whether the price has been cut, they will be able to support that. So the province has already invested a lot in terms of this asset. However, the challenge is we have policy and legislative challenges with regards to the CETA Act. Those manholes that we put in front of government department, we cannot connect them directly on the basis of the CETA Act. However, the Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies is trying to reform and change that legislation in terms of the CETA regulation to say how government departments should be able to go directly to different people that are providing that infrastructure. That is a milestone for us in terms of the province having invested such a lot of money in terms of the infrastructure, but it's not used by government department. That's where we are in terms of the deployment of the broadband infrastructure in the province. Currently, we were, as Limpopo Connection, we are not supposed to even go into government and looking for money. If we are to connect this government department, we should be able to sustain ourselves. But currently we can't. We're not connecting those government departments. So it's a challenge that at national level they're trying to resolve that CETA Act. So we believe at some point we should be able to use that infrastructure that we deployed, be able to provide services to government department, be able to provide service to clinics, hospital, traditional council, and any other person, because that is what we call an open access network. Everybody can be able to participate in that infrastructure. So the government has done a lot in terms of that. The next step, in terms of the value chain, the next step is the deployment. I mean, the first step is trenching, deployment, and the second step, it will be the commercialization of that network. That's where we are in terms of us as Limpopo Connection. How do you commercialize this network so that we can be able to sweat the asset and be able to generate revenue out of that asset? So we're lacking, constraints and capacity as Limpopo Connection. We don't have technical people, we don't have marketing people, we don't have funding. I know the CFO is looking at me. Always we are asking for salaries and all those things. That's the challenge that we have. But we're soldiering on. That will bring me to the question of the chairperson to say, where is the investment? So we're looking at how do we get investment, private entities to come and build capacity within Limpopo Connection. And the HOD this morning presented on that to say Limpopo Connection is working on this investment process.
we hope during the course of this financial year, we should be able to get the investment partner to partner with us to expand this network across the entire province. That's where we are in terms of the broadband and the fiber connectivity and deployment within the province. Thank you very much.
On the questions raised by Honorable Smale regarding the GNT liabilities, if they are catered for in the budget, you recall that with the retabling of the budget, we came to this committee, who was a special meeting before the retabling of the budget, wherein we were seeking support of the committee with regards to the prioritization of the budget. So the liabilities that you saw on the presentation are taken care of that, and that's where we are really seeking the support of the committee in getting that approved, because we are alive to the fact that there is no new money. We had to just reprioritize what we had and take care of the foundational issues that will make GNT sustainable, because there would be no point in us getting the buses whereas our operations are not up to scratch. A typical example would be where all our service providers would not want to give us diesel as an example. So you buy from person A or company A today, tomorrow you buy from company B. And if you get contaminated diesel, you don't even know where you're going to lay a finger on. And also, obviously, that comes at a cost because we are unable to manage the cost as opposed to if we are buying from a contract. But yeah, the answer is that it's taken care of in the reprioritized budget, and we are humbly requesting for the support of the committee. On the issue of the 103 million that was allocated in the prior year for the procurement of the buses, that was, as you rightfully indicated, Honorable Smale, it was an earmarked funding. So therefore the money was not used. It could not be used for operations. The money is still intact. It's still in our coffers. That is the money that we had used to now secure the buses that we are buying through the RT contract that was arranged by Treasury. I'll give the interim CEO to talk to the issue of the lease agreement, the clause that you're talking about. But for now, there is no reason to worry there. From Honorable Munisi Machomani and Kupa, we do note the comments. Honorable Machomani, regarding the update on the pensions, we are working on it. We had reported previously that an actuarial has been appointed, and I think the interim CEO will also talk to that, where we're expecting a report that will talk to what we do. They are basically calculating our obligation with regards to those old pensions. And maybe I must indicate that I think the pension issues must be looked at twofold. The first issue would be the current issues wherein we had not paid from December of 2024 to about April, thereabout, where we got our shareholder assisting us in settling those. So we are up to date. However, there's that old element of the legacy issues relating to the pensions. That's where the actuarial it's assisting, and interim CEO can just talk to that. The issue of the scrap buses, we are really looking into that. We had done our depot visits, and we agree with the committee, and I think that has been raised by an oversight visit that the committee had done previously, that our depots look like scrap yards. And we are also mindful of the fact that if we delay in disposing those unserviceable or economically unserviceable buses, we are losing the little value that we could be getting. So we, as the board, are prioritizing that, and we should be disposing those that are economically unserviceable. And also maybe to talk to Club that with the question raised by Honorable Maringa with regards to the refurbishments. So we are splitting those buses that are grounded in terms of those that are serviceable, those that need refurbishment, and those that need disposal. And I must report to the committee, Honorable Chair, that the interim executive has already put back on the road, I think since they've taken over about 15 buses that had been grounded. They are back on the road, and obviously any additional bus that we put on the road makes a contribution to our costs. Chairperson, we do take your guidance with regards to how we need to handle the issue of the suspended executives. We do appreciate that analogy that you had shared around not blaming somebody for the roof when the issue was on the foundation. And obviously, we do commit that we will do our part in making sure that we do not mess up that particular process. And I think I have missed on the Honorable Piedi, the issue around the protection of revenue. And the temptation of cash. We are well aware of the temptation of cash. That if you are running short and you need to buy bread and you have 2,000 in your pocket, obviously you get tempted until the 2,000 runs out and you can't replace it anymore. We did report that we had piloted a project in Hoedspruit, a tag project that the interim CEO can also talk to. And we have seen amazing results from that project, and that is going to be rolled across the depots. There were obviously, with any system, there will be exceptions that before you roll out to other depots you needed to take care of. But even with those teething problems, Honorable Piedi, the benefits of that system were very significant. So we'll be rolling that. We understand that we need to protect any rent that comes into the company if we are serious about making GNT sustainable. I will give to the interim CEO to add if I missed anything. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, Honorable Members. I will just speak to those ones that my Deputy Chair didn't speak to. One, it's the one about the lease agreements. She spoke to it, but I want to further indicate that we will implement that agreement to the latter so that we do not have errors and irregularities. So we are looking at it and we are watching the timeline so that as and when the month of December approaches, we take appropriate action in order to implement the agreement. And then the other one was which routes will the new buses do? And this comes from what we are doing now in terms of leasing, the buses. I need to indicate few things here so that my answer it's in context and it's understood in the manner that we wish it to be. Currently, the total routes that we have in GNT in terms of the contract that we have with the Department of Transport and Community Safety, it requires 287 buses. And then in our own fleet that is on the road now, it's 55. And then in terms of also the operational requirements and statutory requirements, the cost structure is so high that we are not able to really wait to put the buses on the road, wait until the last batch of fleet is delivered in February. Therefore, for us as GNT to survive, with the loan that we have, that will be depleted by the end of August in terms of looking after statutory obligations. We have to put at least 236 buses on the road. That will break even. If we put 236 buses on the road by the end of August, we will immediately cover all the obligations that we have and remain with no cent, no 1 rand, but we shall have covered all the running costs, all the fixed costs, and that the fixed costs also include the labor cost, including a statutory obligation and so on. So with this being said, because we are racing against time, we are working to put at least the 236 buses on the road by that time of August, end of August. And when we look at it, we have to do it. The opportunity that colleagues have put in place of leasing, that route can assist us to do so. But when we receive the full 71 buses that we are going to purchase, and also the other 39 buses that we will fix because we now know their problems, we should be able to then release 71 buses, old buses from the operation, as and when we get tranches of the buses that we are going to order. We are going to withdraw the old buses that is currently on the road, part of that 55 that I'm talking about, so that we can take them to the workshop, work on them, clean them properly so that they are ready to come back to the road. That exercise, when we look at our plan and also the obligation, because if we list these buses that we are talking about, we must list them at least a period of 12 months. So at the end of 12 months of the best batch of the list buses, we should then be able to bring back the buses, the old buses that we're going to replace with the new ones, back to the road. And then we'll have that additional 71 buses from the old buses on the road. And with that being said, because if we have a full complement of 287 buses that I'm talking about, we immediately turn into a profit of just over 5 million per month. So with that being built, we should be able to, from July 2026 going forward, after we will release the first batch of 71 buses from the leased buses, we should be able to gradually build our own capacity with our own buses for those from that profit that I'm speaking about. And July 2027, then we can release, according to the calculation, a batch of 60 buses, of leased buses, and then the remainder will then be released after. So that is precisely how the new buses would be brought into operation, and in the manner that would ensure that we have sustainability of GNT. And what has not been done before, which we are going to do, it's for each and every new bus, we have to allocate a replacement cost. So for each kilometer that a new bus starts, we must put some money that we have determined in the bank, in the reserve, so that 10 years, that bus should be replaced and there should be funds to do so. Now, in terms of the pensions that my deputy chair spoke about, the report, we met with the actuary who's doing the work, and we met with the actuary on the, I think on the 9th, if I'm not mistaken, of June. And then the actuary has reported to us on Friday that issues that we discussed on the 9th of June are now working, because he has got the information from the Financial Services Conduct Authority and all the other administrators that were administering the pension, so that they are able to calculate, compute, and be able to give us a report that shows whether there is a loss in terms of the payments that were made to those who retired because of pay stop, but also to identify those who were not paid in that process. And the report, as per the agreement, is expected on the 29th of August. So on that date, we should be able to now really say, this is the report, and then we owe this one so much, we owe this one so much, and then what to do. Then we should be able to answer that question. I think in terms of daily operations, there was a question on that. What are the challenges? My chair did speak about that, but it is the breaking of buses, you know, on a continuous basis. Hence, once we put the 71 in, we will withdraw them and take them to the workshop, have them been brought back, and then we should be at a point where we know that this bus will run 6 months and then come back to the shop, to the workshop, and so on. The other ones, my deputy chair spoke to. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. I will be Honorable MEC and HOD, Group CEO, Group Chairs and Chairpersons. I'll be responding to the issue on the disputes with the PSPs. The PSPs are engineers on site, those engineers that gets to be appointed to supervise the constructions project. So what happened during the 7th administration, we committed as MMSZ to resolve those issues that were challenges with the engineers who were changing their rates against the PFMA. PFMA requires us to adjust only on variation by 15%. Some of them, they were coming, sharing with me that they would like to adjust, and when you look at the adjustments, it was ranging from 343, 175, 185, and 51%, which was highly unacceptable. So we committed to the 7th administration during the 5-point plan turnaround strategy that we will align and come back to those to the required standards of 15%. So having said that, to date, it's safe to reflect that we have achieved that all engineers that are working in MMSZ, none of them will surpass the 15% VO as Treasury regulations acceptance. I think that was the main issue. Thank you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, MEC. Maybe let me start by commenting the acting CEO of GNT for the work that he has done since he assumed work some few, is it 2 weeks ago? He has managed to bring back the 15 buses on the road, which is very commendable. So I think we need to actually encourage him to do more work. Good work as far as concerned. I think as it is already indicated, most of the questions will be responded to in detail in writing in a report which we are going to send to the committee. I am not going to respond to all the questions around LEDA. My Group CEO is sitting here next to me. He's going to touch to some of those that will not have spoken to. You know, hunger sometimes even impact your thinking capacity. So, with regard to the abattoir and the hatchery, we commit to keep on updating the committee as far as the developments are concerned. The company that is operating the abattoir is there, but they are just delayed a little bit by some of the compliance issues that they are waiting for to be approved, after which they must actually start operating actively. I'm going to talk a bit on the properties. I'm happy some of the portfolio members even managed to go to some of the industrial park that LEDA owns, where they also experience some of the challenges that we experience as LEDA with regard to the tenants. We do have a number of properties, and I really agree with the members when they say we may not know all the properties that we have. Also myself, when I move around, I get to be told, do you know that this is a LEDA property? So what we plan to do is to do a serious audit to try and make sure that we have the register of all the assets that we have, whether it is houses, business buildings, or empty land. We want to ensure that we have a register for all those properties. And we want to also know how many of those properties are in a state which they can actually be rented out as soon as possible, and also know how many need revamping and how much is needed. We're busy trying to compile a report which will indicate how much we need to actually revamp some of these shopping complexes, some of these buildings. We have been in discussion with the MEC as far as that is concerned, so we will be following up on that as soon as possible. And I think there is an incident that happened when we were in Goangwa, which maybe I need to touch on with one of the person who seems to have hijacked one of our buildings. We are in court with that person. We actually following up on that issue. We have actually relieved the lawyer who was actually dealing with the matter before, and then we have replaced it with him with somebody, so that we can actually get results as far as that is concerned. So, and we have also visited some of the properties that are outside the province in Mkutu, some of which we found people who were actually refusing to pay, but we told them that they are going to pay, otherwise they will move out. So since we got into office, we've been trying to ensure that we move around and confirm the properties that we have. Those that have been paying to a third party, we have told them that they must cancel that and then have a direct contract with LEDA. And then as LEDA will remain following up legally to recoup our money with those people who are collecting LEDA money, so that we recoup our money. Oh, so I was saying, what we're going to do is, for those who are collecting money on behalf of us and not giving us our money, we are going to pursue them legally so that we recoup our money, while we are making sure that those who are actually operating those businesses in those properties, they now sign contracts with us directly. The guy in Goangwa also has already signed a contract with LEDA, so he's now going to be paying directly to LEDA, no longer paying to the third party. The same thing has happened in Twando, where there was a guy who was having properties and collecting money and then not passing it on to us. So even in Guyana, we did the same thing. A very successful business which was operating, the owner of the business did not even know that the money that they're paying is not even reaching the LEDA, so they did not even give us trouble in terminating the contract and signing it directly with us. What we plan to do, I look at LEDA, I want to talk as Chris now. I look at LEDA as a business, not as a government department. And I want to see it becoming an entity which is able to self-sustain itself financially, so that we don't even have to come and ask for money from government. That we can only do if we come with a proper strategy, which will actually identify ways of generating more income and which means that as a board we need to go and sit maybe away for 1 or 2 days and come up with new ways of generating income to LEDA as an. Although we have subsidiary companies which need to, when they become self-sustainable, need to pay dividends, but I want to see that the agency itself, in itself, must be able to generate income to the extent that they are able to carry their own costs. What they will be getting from the subsidiary companies should actually be a surplus, which maybe can also be paid to government. I think that is the idea that we want to. So I think I'll stop there. I'm going to pass the mic to my group CEO here to respond to some of the questions that have been raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and all the honorable members, the honorable MEC, and all colleagues and board members present. I will take some of the questions that have not been answered. I think I will start with the one on the collection. I think we understand that ideally at least we should get the 100% collection. So we put a target for 75%, taking into account historically where we could not be able to collect enough. But the point has been noted that 100% should be the stretch in which we need to have collected in terms of what is due to us on both the loans as well as the renter. The investment pledges, I think it's one area where we will present a detailed report in writing. What have been happening over the years was for us to track how far are we on the pledges that have been made since the first installment in 2021, where in total over 200 billion have been pledged. And when we track, we want to know, as we engage with those investors, as to whether the money has been invested into the projects that they said they will have into the province. So thus far, just by giving where we are, out of all those pledges for all the years, about over 64 billion has already been invested into the economy, which created over 4,000 jobs. But the report that we'll send will be able to indicate that that information is based on the engagement we have on an ongoing basis with the individual investors that has put the money into the economy. The issue on the property, I think the chair has already covered that in more detail. And I think when the HOD was doing a presentation in terms of the need for us to refurbish, because some of these properties, our industrial parks, have been built over 40 years ago, and then due to lack of sufficient funding to do maintenance, they need to be refurbished. Hence, we try and piggyback on the funding grant available from the Department of Trade and Industry, which so far we have applied for Toyando Industrial Park. We're still awaiting that 50 million that they issue from time to time to all the industrial park owners throughout the country in terms of the application. I also wanted to perhaps on the issue relating to New Era. I know the CEO, when he was doing a response, he didn't raise it. Maybe it's because he was affected on the matter that has been raised. Yes, indeed, the CEO of New Era owned the broker company called Insure Easy Broker. That was declared prior to the interview, at the interview date, and thereafter it has been declared. But just to assure the members, if the time comes where we are given to transfer the policy holders, we can only transfer it to an insurer, not a broker, according to the stipulation that has been provided to us by the Prudential Authority. I just thought maybe it's crucial just to lay fears in terms of that if the CEO may wish that it transferred to him, it can't go because he's a his business that is declared is a brokerage and not an insurer or an underwriter of the insurance. I would say most of the issues have been raised. Some are the advice and counsel that we are receiving from the honorable members of the committee. The idea in terms of beneficiation, as well as the processing of agricultural products, which we put in as part of our intended deliverables in this year under review going forward. So I should think I had covered some of the things that are specific to the LEDA agency, and I think the one that relates to the subsidiaries and the properties, the chair had covered that in the main. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, and the questions that have been raised, there are many of those that are comments and advisory, and we will certainly implement it accordingly. But there are also others where we'll provide a report because it requires numbers, and the larger proportion came from the chairperson. So out of a question, I'll respond to only one in the end. Now, dealing with the matters around LEDET, there was an issue in terms of how do we deal with the discrepancy in terms of the budget numbers that appeared on the MEC speech and those that were in the presentation today. And my own conclusion is that in the MEC budget speech, we just did to the nearest, because we were talking about the budget for economic development services. And we say that, and that is inclusive of the transfers to LEDA and the LGB and the department itself in terms of the program. And we had said that the allocation there in terms of treasury, in terms of the real numbers, was 1.298.6 million. And we took it to the nearest to say that it's 1.299. So that was the discrepancy. And I think that my own lesson is that when you deal with budget, you must reflect the real numbers. So it was not a matter of trying to confuse it all. I will then deal with the issues that falls under mining and environmental legislation that will be inclusive of sand mining and quarrying, as well as the artisanal and small scales mining. I will indicate to the committee that the issues of mining, whether it's the minerals beneath the earth, as well as sand and quarrying, which is at the shallow level, it is the sole competency of the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources, former DMRE. And even when you look in terms of the Constitutional Schedule 4, it is not one of the concurrent mandate or the 76 bills that we got co-competencies between provinces and national department. And I will now start with the issues of sand mining. Even the environmental authorization, I think that point was alluded to by Honorable Smale. As of 2014, the changes with the National Environmental Management Act did reflect that the issue of the issuance of authorization is the sole mandate of the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources. It's no longer us. The only consultation which is done mandatory is that they also engage the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries, given that they are the custodian of the National Environment Management Act. And therefore, where LEDET comes through, I will talk about it just now. And also on the small scale mining and sand, both these competencies are that of the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources. So I will want to indicate that perhaps rather than saying LEDET must go and engage the regional office of the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources to do workshops, I think it would be prudent for this committee at a certain time to call upon that department, national department, at a regional level, so that they can be able to explain this and how they can cooperate with the province. And there is a reason why I am asking for that. It's because some time ago, just at the end of COVID, we tried to intervene to correct some of the failures of the social labor plans of mining. And we were told that it's hands off, it is not your responsibility. So I suppose that by the portfolio committee getting that department to come and present in terms of the issues around awareness, the licensing, the application, and capacity building, it starts the process for the portfolio committee to ask itself whether they can use the legislative mandate that they have to recommend that some of the functions of the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources maybe be rescheduled to be Section 76 bills, wherein there will be concurrence between the province and the national. As it stands, it is not there. It is their sole mandate. We can only ask and inquire. We do engage one another before they issue the mineral rights, but that doesn't say that we can be able to veto them. We can't. So I think that through that process, we might be changing the legislative landscape of South Africa, given that as a province, we have got the largesse of mining in South Africa, and therefore the province not getting involved in any of the value chains around mining development and licensing, it could be a historical thing that ought to be corrected. Now, going through the issues of artisanal mining, that also, in terms of small scale, it is a fully fledged program under the Mineral and Petroleum Development Resources that Department of Mineral Resources custodian. And they have got a directorate that deals specifically in terms of the application, the funding, as well as monitoring and enforcement. And therefore, I think what we should do in terms of our work with national government is to make sure that there is a meeting of mind between those who aspire to be permitted to be in the register of that department in terms of that program. I think that could be done in terms of various interprovincial, interdepartmental structures that are available. But certainly, it is an area that we do not have any competency or legislative mandate, as it's the sole responsibility of that institution. And then there was a question that the MEC said I must try and respond to, which is whether our own mines under the custodianship of LEDA through CMR are making profit or are viable. And you're quite aware that many of the mines that we have, including gold ones in Guyana area, including the Skukuni area in terms of the chrome ore body. Fumani, Tsebong, Kumong, among others, they are at just the start of operation, especially Tsebong, wherein we are doing some small scale in terms of the surface mining. With regard to the others, the government itself, through LEDA, through CMR, has not been able to monetize its equity, to the extent that doing mine development, which on average costs 400 million, is not the money that we have. And therefore, the government has made a particular consideration, as approved by EXCO, that try and get strategic equity partners who will co-own this mine with you for development, so that you can get enough revenue to survive. And secondly, to make sure that the proceeds of this will help you to advance and get more mineral rights, so that you can be able to sustain your business. And I think that LEDA, in its report around sustainability, in particular around CMR, they are able, of course, to report in terms of how far are they in terms of getting those strategic partners, in terms of the MEC accountability session with the boards. it has been reported that many of these partners should be on board by September. Supposedly, in terms of their own calculation, if they are not on board, CMR itself will be in the same backwaters as other institutions. It will not be viable. So it is only through that process, because we no longer receive any money for some of these subsidiaries except developmental mandate. And therefore, each and every subsidiary, including CMR, must go all out to make sure that it makes money in terms of the assets that it has, in terms of treating them. Then there is an issue of beneficiation, which Mr. Makuba has touched about. Beneficiation, it is the goal of government. I can now tell you that in recent time, during the 7th administration, there has been processes that have been overseen by the MEC in terms of starting with the process of beneficiation. The Makado coal mine, which produced a lot of thermal and coking coal in Bembe district, it is now going to move into the beneficiation and coal wash bay, which is one of the beneficiation initiatives. Similarly, one of the applicants to settle within the Musina Makado economic zone is also pursuing the beneficiation of chrome using a lot of mixes of minerals, of course. So one of the things that are happening is that many of these are at an environmental authorization phase, and we are foolproof that the investors there, they have got money and they will pursue that. But there are also private sector initiatives in terms of chrome wash bay. And one of them is that the operator from Sinamakado does have one, because what it does, the chrome wash bay, is that it increases the mineral content of chrome so that it can increase its value. So that is a very important aspect. But the history has told us that some of the large beneficiation plant, in particular smelters, in terms of the first level of smeltering, that will include the Anglo just out Polokwane and the Lion smelter that belongs to Glencoe and Fitakhomudubas. The latter one is even more banned, and they are almost closing it because it's not sustainable given the costs involved and the demand. And much of the cost out of this is the electricity, which requires a base load of coal, not renewable energy. And as you know, we had a lot of shortages in terms of that. And secondly, then there is also an issue of water. Because of the dearth in terms of water licenses, it has become very, very difficult. So I suppose that many of the projects around beneficiation by private sector, they might want to bandwagon on what is available in terms of that. But certainly, it is a goal that we are saying that in terms of linking the value chain, when CMR produces any ore body that has got a value addition in terms of the latter part of manufacturing, for example, smeltering within the SEZ, it is supposed to create a space and capacity that some of the proceeds from there should also contribute. Because in the past, the history of beneficiation is that we have always been short of materials as input. So I suppose that because we own mine, I think we can do better in that regard. The issue of liquor administration. There was a question in terms of how many liquor licenses we have in the province. It's 10,500. And then in our report, we had said that the number of liquor licenses inspected is around 9,080. So that is the total. But furthermore, it was asked whether in terms of your regulation, what are the criteria that you use when people are applying for licenses? And I can say that in terms of the recently promulgated Limpopo Liquor Act and its regulation, is that any application that comes through requires an endorsement by the tribal authority. It requires the endorsement by the municipality, and through the district boards as well as the board of liquor. They then process all the matters in terms of the prescripts. But one thing that they apply as a criteria is that on the issue of liquor licenses that are adjacent to one another, the regulations as well as the act itself is very silent. I think it's an area of improvement in terms of regulation advancement as well as the act. But in terms of other areas such as the 500 proximity to schools and the church, that is an area which is there. Many of some of the liquor outlets that we see that are almost next to each other, that don't meet that criteria, those are historical licenses. through the current legislation, we have opened up to engage those outlet owners so that we can see if they can do a new application, upon which the traditional authority, if it is in communal land, or the municipality might object, given the social challenges that we face as a result of the sale of liquor. The issue of our targets, we were not trying to confuse. It is true that some of the targets that we have, whether it's at LEDET or entities, some of them are represented by percentages, where achievement will be 100%, and some of them are numerical. Now, in the case that have been asked by Honorable Muniz, it is areas where we use percentages, and there are 4 broad areas where that happens. That is in terms of the environment, the number of applications for EIA processed within legislated time frame, the number of environmental atmospheric licenses that we issue in terms of the time frames, in terms of the business environment inclusive of liquor, the number of licenses that we process within prescribed timelines for liquor, as well as general business and consumer. So those will always appear as percentages. So the only illustrations where we put the numbers in brackets was just to say that because some of them, especially those in environment, are demand driven, you will then indicate that in total, this is what you received per year, per quarter, and this is what you have processed. Hence, I've indicated that in many areas, we have superseded or super achieved in terms of that. So it was not meant to confuse at all, that it is the standard practice. And Honorable MEC, I think my last question has got to do with the question that was asked by the chairperson. Hence, I said, let me try and respond to that, to say that as LEDET, as a shareholder of these entities, we are governed by the shareholder compact or shareholder agreement, which is signed annually before the end of March each year, which stipulates how reporting is done. And certainly, the Honorable MEC will then delegate one of its officers, a senior manager, to go and sit at the main boards, LEDA, LTA, and Gambling Board. To some extent, in areas of development like SEZ, he can even send there for a person to be a board member. Now, in terms of us applying and making sure that we implement the shareholder compact or agreement, on quarterly basis, LEDET HOD hold many sessions with entities from the CEO, wherein they report about the achievements of the shareholder agreement. The MEC convenes quarterly meetings in terms of executive management committee, where the executives of entities come. And he also conducts what we call the shareholder accountability matrix with the boards, so that there is congruence in terms of accountability at all levels. I want to cite a typical example where the HOD can or cannot be held responsible. And I'll talk to the recent issue, which is topical, around the issue of GNT suspension of the trio executives. When the Honorable MEC and myself knew about this non-payment of the employer's pension of the pension fund, it was only on the 16th of May, and I recall it very well because we were coming from the tourism in Ndebe. And it was not reported by GNT. It was reported by Workers' Institution, Mehafo and Satao, that here is the situation that is making our people to suffer. They can't go to the hospital because medical aids are not paid, and we are almost being suspended in terms of the pension fund. So immediately, the Honorable MEC started to have session with the main board of LEDA and GNT so that he can find out exactly what happened, only to realize that the board, the main board of LEDA and GNT, was not aware because the executive did not disclose that. And I think that the consequence thereof that follows is the MEC ensuring that something is done to restore credibility and payment of this pension as well as medical fund. So indeed, the HOD can be blamed and taken to the task as long as it is known that he has known and he has not done anything. But in terms of accountability metrics as well as oversight, LEDA has got an accounting officer who's the CEO. It has got a board, which is accounting authority, that report to the MEC, and there are mechanisms to monitor. So therefore, in terms of the first line of accountability, the HOD is responsible for performance of the department and entities. So I think that I just wanted to clear that indeed the HOD can be held responsible, but we must know about this accountability matrix. Otherwise, we'll make a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the entities until the HOD. I will just indicate that there are quite a number of questions that I see that were not responded to, and we have noted them. We are going to respond to them. I will just deal with just a few of them. Firstly, the issue of GAL. I think honorable members have raised, and we think what they have raised is quite important. How we are going to deal with, I said to LEDA, as and when we are dealing with these investment conferences, I said we must change. We must no longer have investment conference. It is a conference, of course, but it must be a conference where we identify areas where we need investment. For example, if we need investment to deal with the airlift strategy of the province, like your Polokwane International, your Woodspreight, then when you look for investors, you must be specific and say, we need investors in relation to the airport. We need investors in relation to the SEZ. That is what we are currently doing. And also the pledges that we have, Chairperson, we are following up on all the pledges. When we go to the conference this year, before we start the conference, we must say, how many pledges have we received last year? How many were implemented? How much of the job opportunities have they created? How many SMMEs have benefited? And all that. I think if we deal with it in that way, then we're able to track all the investment and pledges, and also frustration of investors, because sometimes people can pledge, and if you don't follow up, they get frustrated by the long processes that we follow. We have also said at the level of EXCO, we must have a team that deals with investors so that investment to check where are the bottlenecks from municipalities until the provincial government, as well as national government. Because sometimes you find that investors are blocked by issues at municipal level. Others have got challenges with issues at provincial level. Others have got challenges at national level. So we have established a team that deals with all those challenges through EXCO. It is there at a technical level as well as at a political level. I think another thing that will furnish Chairperson your committee with is the issues around investigations in all our entities, and so that you are taken on board. You are not far away from us in terms of the investigation. We'll first bring the list of all the investigations that are going on. When we get reports in line with the investigation, either SIU, whatever, all the investigations will then also finish so that the committee is not far away from us as the department, in line with all the investigations that are there. The issue of sand mining, we will also look at that proposal for also the portfolio committee. I think is important, so that it is not about us engaging with the DMRE at a regional level. We do have engagements with them, but if they are summoned by the portfolio committee, I think it makes a lot of sense. They should be able to come and account. But while you'll be doing that, we'll be engaging them, because we think it's important that we have
district road shows in relation to the issues of small-scale farming, as mining, as well as the issue of sand mining. If we leave it just like that, our people are. I saw a lot of toys in relation to the issue of sand mining, where they were sending memorandums and everything. We can't just leave them as government while our people are suffering. Something needs to happen. I think the advice that the portfolio committee also does that, we'll also be doing our part as LEDET in relation to that. The issue of beneficiation, I think the government must start beneficiation. You know what those who are mining will say? They will say, no, now we are good in mining. We are not good in beneficiation. So it must be us as government, where we have got mines, that we start that process of beneficiation. It might not start at a higher percentage. We can give ourselves a target of 15% of minerals that we beneficiate, and then we'll go incremental in terms of that. That should also happen also in agriculture in terms of beneficiation. What we are doing in Liwakom Abattoir is part of trying to do beneficiation, and it can also happen. We are working together with the Department of Agriculture on Nojex, on what do you call that citrus farm where CBTL and we also have projects that we are going to deal with around blowback in terms of the potato and beneficiation of that. Those are the projects that we are working together with the Department of Agriculture in terms of assisting. But otherwise, Chairperson, there are quite a number of questions that were there. We will follow up with the committee so that we bring a comprehensive report to yourself. Thank you very much.
No, lastly, Honorable Missy, maybe just to check with you with the issue of new era. Are there no other insurance in the province that you can use than the new era?
Yes, on new era we have put a request, and only 3 companies bidded. We sent to Treasury. They are not impressed. We think we'll redo that process. There are quite a number of insurance companies in the province. Some of them they are looking at government and they are a bit not interested. We just need to try and ignite their interest. We will do that because we have to redo that process again. We are going to restart that process because Treasury, of the 3 that were submitted and recommended, they are not impressed. So there are quite a number of others. Others, the advert just closed before they could even see it. So we think that if we put it out again, there could be further interest. We want to keep that insurance company because we think it will assist in terms of development. We are also looking towards having a state bank. It can't just be something which is in the resolutions of conferences and whatever. That issue of state bank must come, but it must start from insurance to a bank. It is easier that way, Chairperson.
Okay. Honorable members, I think we have come to an end of our meeting. And I just want to thank everyone, the MEC and your entourage. We are going to build this government together. It is our responsibility, and a good legacy is something that all of us, we want to leave it behind. When we are in this room, we are going to fight very hard. But our fighting, it is not personal. We need to push each other and make it a point that at the end of the day, MEC, Luena, how Samaya Moyo said, with that committee and my team, we've managed to do 1, 2, 3. We do understand, you know, all the wrong things that we find in that department. It has happened, but it's not the end. But I don't know because those people who are available, that we must account. So this is a boxing room. We must box each other. If we do a little, hard luck, but we must box each other to get things right. We are not going to nurse anyone's feeling. It is our responsibility, and we are going to work. Honorable MEC and your entourage, honorable members, I think we've come to the end of, I'm not sure if we have an announcement.
It's dinner. It's an early dinner.
I'm still sharing. I'm still sharing. Is there an announcement?
Yes, Chair.
Sorry, meeting us will fail.
Yes, Chair, we've arranged food, and the food is ready, and everyone is invited to partake. Thank you, Chair.